presentations on transforming hospitality with AI and technology, enhancing operations, sustainability, and guest experiences. Sponsored by WCE Private Limited and CleanFix Chevron. Academic partner, City of Glasgow College. Professional partner, PHA Yuva and media partner, Voyager World. I am Diana Mary Joseph.
And I'm Abhijit J. Roy, and we are your hosts for the day. We feel privileged to extend a warm welcome to each one of you gathered here today. I take the honor of inviting our guest onto the dais. Firstly, I welcome our Bishop, His Excellency Mar Joseph Kalarangat, to the dais.
Next, our chief guest, His Excellency Mr. James Godber, onto the dais.
Next, our guests of honor, Mr. Vittorio Santoro and Chef Gary McLean.
Our chairman, Monsignor Dr. Joseph Maleparambil.
Our administrator, Father James John Mangalatha.
Our director, Father Joseph Vatapalle.
Our principal, Dr. Sherry Kurian.
And our keynote speaker, Dr. Leah Fox.
Now, to begin our gathering on a positive and uplifting note, we will start with a prayer song. May I kindly request everyone to please stand as we come together in the spirits of unity and reflection.
Teach me to love, teach me to care, teach us to forgive one another. Lead me to light, lead me to truth, lead us to live a life for you. Give me the wisdom to stand by your side, let your presence dwell in me. Give me the wisdom to stand by your side, let your presence dwell in me. Teach me to love, teach me to care, teach us to forgive one another. Lead me to light, lead me to truth, lead us to live a life for you.
To present the welcome address, I invite our director, Reverend Father Joseph Vatapalle. Father is currently the Vice Chancellor of the Eparchy of Palai. He has also been the director of St. Joseph's Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Palai, since the year 2022. I invite you, Father, for the welcome address.
His Excellency Mar Joseph Kalarangat, Chief Guest James Godber, Deputy Chief of Mission, British High Commission, Guest of Honor Mr. Vittorio Santorio, Guest of Honor Chef Gary McLean, Honorable Chairman of St. Joseph Institutions, Very Reverend Dr. Joseph Maleparambil, Administrator of SJIHMCT, Dr. James Mangalat, Keynote Speaker, Dr. Leah Fox, Principal of SJIHMCT, Dr. Sherry Kurian, Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, esteemed colleagues, industrial professionals, academicians, researchers, and dear students, good morning, everyone. I am really thrilled to welcome you all to this two-day international conference on transforming hospitality with AI and technology, enhancing operations, sustainability, and guest experience, jointly organized by SJIHMCT, Palai, and the City of Glasgow College, Scotland, UK. We are gathered here today to explore the profound transformation that technology is bringing to the hospitality industry. The rapid advancements in artificial intelligence, IoT, data analytics, and other emerging technologies have revolutionized the way we approach hospitality operations, sustainability, and guest experiences. This conference provides a unique platform for us to come together to discuss these groundbreaking developments, share our knowledge, and collaborate on innovative solutions that will shape the future of our industry. We are honored to have a distinguished panel of keynote speakers, industrial experts, and researchers who have joined us to share their insights and experiences. Their contributions are invaluable, and we look forward to engaging discussions that will inspire new ideas and foster innovation. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our speakers and panelists for taking the time to be with us today and for their commitment to advancing the hospitality sector. Let's extend a warm and joyful welcome to Bishop Mar Joseph Kalarangad, a revered leader and spiritual guide of the Syro Malabar Catholic Church, who has been a pillar of faith and wisdom for our community. As the Bishop of Palai, his remarkable dedication to the church and its traditions has been instrumental in nurturing and guiding the faithful. With a wealth of theological knowledge, a doctorate in theology, and numerous scholarly contributions, Bishop Mar Joseph Kalarangad is known for his insightful teachings that inspire and uplift everyone who hears him. His pastoral care extends beyond words as he actively participates in the lives of the people, offering guidance, support, and compassion. Bishop Mar Joseph Kalarangad's commitment to education, spirituality, and the welfare of the community is evident in his tireless efforts to strengthen the church and its mission. His leadership has not only upheld the rich heritage of the Syro Malabar Church, but also fostered a spirit of unity and love among the faithful. It is a true honor and blessing to have Bishop Mar Joseph Kalarangad with us today, and we are deeply grateful for his presence and his unwavering dedication to serving God and his people. I extend a heartfelt welcome to His Excellency to this conference. Let's extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to our esteemed chief guest, Mr. James Godber, the Deputy Head of Mission at the British Deputy High Commission in Bengaluru. With a distinguished career in diplomacy, Mr. Godber has played a key role in strengthening bilateral relations between UK and India. His extensive experience in international relations and his dedication to promoting mutual understanding and collaborations are truly commendable. We are honored to have him with us today and look forward to the valuable insights and perspectives he will share. I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, sir. I request His Excellency to honor him with our traditional way. Let's warmly welcome our esteemed guest of honor, Vittorio Santoro, originally from Ortanova, Italy. Vittorio started his career as a pastry chef in Milan, working during the day and study at the night. At 17, he moved to London to work at a luxurious hotel where he learned the highest standards of professionalism. After returning to Milan, he and his brother opened La Martesana, which became renowned for its quality and won the Italian Pastry Championship. Vittorio also competed in the Pastry World Cup in 1989 and the World Championship in 1993. In 1997, he co-founded the Cash Elementary School with Gnio Masari and continues to lead as director. We are truly honored to have him as with us today. I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, Signor Vittorio. Let's give a warm welcome to our distinguished resource faculty, Chef Gary McLean. Born in Glasgow, Chef McLean is an award-winning chef with 35 years of experience in Scotland's hospitality industry. As Scotland's national chef, he promotes food health, education, and Scottish produce globally. He has served the City of Glasgow College for over 25 years, earning titles such as Educator of the Year and Chef Lecturer of the Year. Chef McLean won BBC's Master Chef, The Professionals in 2016 and has published books like Scottish Celebrations and The Scottish Kitchen. He also owns two businesses in Edinburgh, Creole Code and Soup and Carboulet. We are truly honored to have you with us today, Chef McLean. I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, sir. Let's extend a heartfelt welcome to a distinguished delegate and keynote speaker, Dr. Leah Fox. She is a renowned leader in aviation and security education, serving as the head of school at Buckinghamshire New University in the UK. Her impressive background in both academia and industry reflects her dedication to advancing global education standards and fostering international collaborations. Under her leadership, Dr. Leah Fox is known for her commitment to innovation, developing cutting-edge educational programs that prepare students to excel in an interconnected world. Her passion for advancing education ensures that future professionals are well equipped with the skills needed to succeed on a global stage. We are truly honored to have you with us today. I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, madam. We are honored to have with us today Monsignor Dr. Joseph Maleparambil, Chairman of our college, whose presence adds immense grace and wisdom to this occasion. His guidance and oversight to the college undoubtedly inspire our graduates as they embark on new adventures, armed with knowledge and values instilled by this esteemed institution. I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, Acha. We are blissful to welcome our distinguished administrator, Professor Dr. James John Mangalat, a highly respected scholar. He holds a master's degree in history and a PhD in Indo-Portuguese history. With over 22 years of teaching experience at St. Thomas College, Palai, where he also served as principal, Dr. Mangalat is well known for his research on the Portuguese influence in Kerala. We are truly honored to have him with us today. I extend a heartfelt welcome to you, Acha. I would now like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed principal, Dr. Sherry Kurian, whose vision and dedication have been instrumental in shaping this conference. Dr. Kurian has not only chosen a highly relevant and forward-thinking topic for our gathering, but has also ensured that it addresses critical aspects of the hospitality sector that will benefit all participants. His meticulous efforts in selecting the right panel members, inviting distinguished guests, and finding exceptional speakers have truly paid off. The tireless work and sleepless nights invested in organizing this event are evident in the overwhelming turnout and success we are witnessing today. With a large and engaged audience, both online and in person, the impact of this conference is already resonating widely. Dr. Kurian's commitment to excellence has brought together a diverse group of professionals and researchers, making this conference a significant milestone for our institution and the hospitality industry. We extend our heartfelt appreciation and congratulations to you, Dr. Kurian, for your outstanding leadership and the success of this event. A special welcome to Professor Varghese Johnson, Head of the Department, for his outstanding leadership and tireless efforts. His guidance has been instrumental in nurturing talent and fostering excellence. I extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to you, sir. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our organizing committee, faculty members, non-teaching staff, and students who have worked tirelessly behind the scenes to make this conference a reality. Your dedication and hard work have made this event possible. I am confident that it will be a resounding success. Throughout the next 2 days, we will delve into a range of topics, including the importance of AI in hospitality, sustainability initiatives, enhancing guest experience through technology, digital marketing, smart infrastructure integration, and the crucial role of human resources in embracing these technological changes. The presentations, panel discussions, and networking opportunities are designed to facilitate the exchange of ideas and to inspire innovative approaches that will benefit all stakeholders in the hospitality industry. As we embark on this journey together, I encourage you to engage actively, share your thoughts and experiences, and make the most of the networking opportunities available. Let us use this platform to forge new partnerships, enhance our knowledge, and pave the way for a future where technology and human collaborations transform the hospitality industry for the better. In closing, I would like to once again extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. Thank you for being here, for your commitment to advancing our industry, and for the contributions to what promises to be an inspiring and impactful conference. Let us make the next 2 days a memorable and productive experience for all. Thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Achan. Now, I invite our principal, Dr. Sherry Kurian, for his address about the significance, theme, and the 2-day schedule of the conference.
Good morning, one and all present here. His Excellency Mar Kalarangat, Honorable Bishop of Pala Diocese, and the Chief Patron of St. Joseph Institutions. Honorable Chief Guest, today Mr. James Godber, Deputy Chief of Mission, British High Commission, Bangalore. Honorable Chairman of the St. Joseph Institutions, Monsignor Father Dr. Joseph Meleparambil. Guest of Honor, Mr. Vittorio Sandoro, the Founder Director of Cas Alimenti, the School of Italian Cuisine in Italy. Keynote Speaker, Dr. Elia Fox, Dean Aviation Management Studies, Buckinghamshire New University, UK. Guest of Honor, Chef Gary McLean, National Chef of Scotland, UK. Father James Mangalath, Administrator of SJIHMCT. Father Joseph Waterpallil, Director of SJIHMCT. all other distinguished delegates, dignitaries present here, esteemed participants from across the globe, staff and students of SJIHMCT, a very warm welcome to you all. Ladies and gentlemen, SJIHMCT, in association with City of Glasgow College, Scotland, is hosting a two-day international conference on transforming hospitality and tourism industry with AI and tech-based operations, guest experience and sustainability. We are super excited to state here that the resourceful faculty and the delegates from UK, Italy, Sri Lanka, Kenya and Nepal are participating in this prestigious event. We have conceptualized the theme of this conference after several rounds of brainstorming sessions, discussions, deliberations with our professional friends from the industry, renowned academicians from our partner schools across the globe, and also based on the emerging trends in the hospitality and tourism industry across the globe. The very objective of organizing this conference is to understand, analyze, equip ourselves, and to educate the budding professionals about the revolution, new age programs, and the kind of skill set required, knowledge to be gained, and to be imparted to the students, all under one platform of AI and technology. So we should be aware of the changes, the revolution which is going to take place in the near future. I would like to share one of the important findings of Oxford University, that next 5 years down the line, all traditional undergraduate programs are going to vanish from the scene because there won't be any takers for that. However, the new age courses will replace all these traditional programs, and the new age courses are the need of the hour. And how well you are or we are equipped to embrace these new age courses where technology is going to play a vital role. I am sure the professor like Dr. Satish Jairam represent the Tata. They are already into this picture. They are already introducing the Tata New Skills on online platforms. So these are all the challenges or competitions we are expecting now in the near future. So how well you are prepared for meeting these kind of challenges, that is the crux of this conference. I am sure the resource faculty members, panel discussions, and the deliberations, paper presentations, all these things scheduled in this conference for next 2 days will definitely going to contribute various inputs for the queries what we have raising now. Over the next 2 days, we will delve into the 6 crucial sub-themes that from the core of this groundbreaking conference, our discussions will encompass the significance of AI in the hospitality and tourism industry, sustainability initiatives. Guest experience and enhancement is another important factor. Digital marketing strategies, what are they going to be? Smart infrastructure integration, what does it mean? And evolving role of HR and learning departments in the industry. What is the changing role of HR and learning departments, especially in the industry? So SJIHMCT prides itself on being a pioneer in innovative academics for hospitality and tourism, always striving to equip our students with the skills needed for the future. Through this conference, we aim to provide foresight into the revolutionary changes expected in the industry in the coming years and prepare our students and faculty to tackle upcoming challenges head-on. With the rapid advancement of AI and technology, questions about the future of job openings, the extent of multitasking, and the evolving curriculum designed to respond to the industry trends are the forefront discussions. The delicate balance between leveraging technology for guest experience while maintaining the essential human touch in the hospitality remains the key focus area for these budding professionals and the industry expert alike. As we embark on these insightful discussions and knowledge sharing sessions, let us collaboratively envision a future where the innovation, sustainability, and the guest-centric approaches define the new era of hospitality and tourism. All our resource faculty are well experienced and qualified in their respective domains, and the deliberations and interactions with them will certainly going to throw more lights on the treasures of the hidden wealth of knowledge. Thank you for being a part of this transformative journey. As far as the conference proceedings are concerned, soon after these inaugural sessions and the keynote address, we will kickstart the technical sessions one after another, as per the schedule provided to you in the conference kit. Each technical session will be having a moderator and the chairperson, along with 2 or 3 resource people participating in these discussions, who will be sharing their views on sub-themes provided to them, and then the moderator will direct the paper presenters to a designated place and make them present their research papers pertaining to the sub-theme. There will be time allotted for Q&A during each technical session, and request the audience to utilize the time slot effectively. Conference proceedings and the papers presented will be published in the ISBN numbered Journal of SJIHMCT publications as the post-conference activity. I am really proud to announce that past 3 years we have been successfully publishing research-based journals under the banner called SJIHMCT publications. And there will be sessions for the partner presentations in between the technical sessions. Request all the participants and delegates actively participate in the discussions and the deliberations so as to make each session more vibrant. So thank you all. Wish you all a great 2 days of intellectual enhancement and enrichment for you people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I invite Chef Gary McLean, City of Glasgow College, to speak about the importance of this conference.
Hi everyone, good morning. How's our students at the back? Are you still with us? So, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests and fellow colleagues, good morning, and it's a true honour to stand here before you at this international conference. And obviously we're exploring the role of AI. Today I want to talk about the importance of international conferences like this, especially on the subject of AI. AI is rapidly changing everything, and for all of us to get together is really, really important. One of the things that conferences like this do is it sort of fosters that global feel. It connects the world. AI in hospitality, like many other technologies, is being shaped by ideas and innovations from around the globe. We exchange diverse perspectives, innovate ideas and best practices that are crucial for the growth of our industry. Today we are joined by experts, practitioners and visionaries from various corners of the world, each bringing their own unique insight and experience. This diversity allows us to collectively identify the challenges. I know I'm short. This diversity allows us to collectively identify the challenges and explore the solutions and leverage AI technologies in ways we might not have considered individually. I mean, already I've learned so much just from the last couple of days. Secondly, international conferences play a vital role in driving industry standards and best practice. As AI continues to transform the hospitality landscape, we're faced with the new challenge of ethical and regulatory and operational. It's through conferences like this that we can engage meaningful dialogue, establish common frameworks, and develop standards that ensure AI is used responsibly and effectively. When we come together, we create a collective voice that can advocate for the right policies and practices and ensure that AI serves to enhance guest experiences, optimise operations, and contribute positively to society at large. International conferences also unparalleled venues for knowledge, sharing professional development in the world of AI is dynamic and ever-changing, so new developments are emerging at breakneck speed. By attending this conference, we gain access to the latest research, trends, and technical achievements that will shape the future of hospitality. Another thing that these conferences are great at, and again, it's one of the main reasons I do them, is it builds global networks. So it creates connections that go beyond our borders. In the hospitality industry, relationships really matter. The connections we form today will be the foundation of future partnerships, collaborations, and innovations. By networking with peers from different cultures and industries, we create a global community of change makers dedicated to advancing AI in hospitality. And lastly, and probably more importantly, particularly where we are, international conferences inspire future generations. They provide a platform for young professionals. Sorry, I've lost my, there we go. They provide a platform for young professionals, researchers, entrepreneurs to showcase their work, share their ideas, and learn from seasoned experts. By encouraging a diverse voice and fresh perspectives, we ensure that the next generation is equipped and engaged and ready to take the industry to new highlights. In conclusion, the importance of holding international conferences cannot be overstated. They are crucial for fostering collaboration, setting standards, sharing knowledge, building networks, and inspiring future leaders. Guys, I hope you enjoy the next 2 days. I know I certainly am. Thank you.
The lamp, a symbol of enlightenment and understanding, is about to be lit, marking the beginning of a journey towards growth and excellence. As we light this lamp, we invoke the divine blessings of wisdom, creativity, and innovation, and pledge to carry the radiance of this light forward, illuminating our paths and guiding us towards a brighter future. I invite all the dignitaries on the dais to come together to kindle this flame, and may its warmth and its splendor inspire us to reach new heights.
I invite our chairman, Monsignor Dr. Malay Parambal, to address the gathering.
Good morning to all. His Excellency Mar Joseph Kalaringhat, our patron, other distinguished guests on the dais and off the dais, all the resource faculty members and delegates from India and abroad, faculty and students of SJIHMCT. It is indeed a a delightful moment of pride for me and for the entire SJIHMCT family, because the insights has been consistently attaining progress every year by coming out in the most innovative ideas and practices, and organized various value-added programs on regular basis to provide the best knowledge and skill to the students, to make them more confident and sought after products in the hospitality industry. I am glad that SJIHMCT, in association with the City of Glasgow College, UK, is a joint organizing two-day international conference on the theme, the transforming hospitality and tourism industry, with AI and technical-based operations. Yet, the experience and sustainability in the conference theme is more relevant according to the ongoing emerging changes in the hospitality and tourism industry. Therefore, it is the time for all of us to think in advance and equip ourselves to take it onward. I would like to note a statement on the Holy Bible, Proverbs chapter 1:7. Often emphasizes the importance of wisdom and knowledge. For instance, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Fools despise wisdom and destruction. This can apply to how we have approached and use technology, seeking wisdom, its development. Similarly, Bhagavad Gita also emphasizes performing one's duty according to one's role in the society. Krishna's teaching to Arjuna about fulfilling Kshatriya duties in the context of technology. This can mean using one's skill and knowledge to distribute positively solely and should detailed towards. I am indeed more confident that this conference will certainly going to provide ourselves to the concerns and already exist among the professionals and adding professionals, budding professionals. In the proceedings of the conference will be published by the SJIHMCT publications, and that it would be a reference to many people as well. Congratulate the entire team of SJIHMCT and City of Glasgow College, Scotland, for organizing and hosting this international conference in our campus and providing a platform for all of us to discuss and to share their views and ideas on the topics of the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Achan. Now, I invite our Bishop, His Excellency, Mar Joseph Kalarangat, for the presidential address.
Thank you. ബഹുമാനപ്പെട്ട ഡോക്ടർ ജോസഫ് മലയപ്പറമ്പിലച്ച, ജെയിംസ് അച്ച, ഹിസ് എക്സലൻസി ജെയിംസ് ഗോഡ്ബർ, ബ്രിട്ടീഷ് ഡെപ്യൂട്ടി ഹൈ കമ്മീഷണർ ഇൻ ബാംഗ്ലൂർ, മിസ്റ്റർ Vittorio Santoro, Director, Castellimenti, Italy, Chef Gary MacLean, City of Glasgow College, Scotland, Dr. Leah Fox, Dean, Aviation Management, UK, Dr. James, Father Joseph Vatapalil, Dr. Shari Gurian, and all the respected guests and participants. Today we have actually a historic sitting, typically international, mainly because of the quality and the presence of the participants. We have guests from Italy, UK, Scotland, Japan, and naturally from India also. That is why it is international. And we discuss on a very emerging topic. This is only a beginning. It is mainly due to the hard work of the director and principal of HMCT, of course with the support of the engineering college. Prime Minister Churchill once said in a meeting, "This is not the end. This is not the beginning of the end. This is only the end of the beginning." We have a long targeted project in the future. It is a future-oriented project and program. We have very great personalities, as we have mentioned and as we see on the dais. They are great personalities in their own field. And all the priests sitting here, we all have the experience of tasting the cuisine of Italy, England, Scotland, and Ireland. So it is not very strange for us. We know what they are going to say and what they are going to teach you. I don't take much time, just 2-3 minutes. St. Joseph's Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology and City of Glasgow College, Scotland, are jointly organizing an international conference on the theme Transforming Hospitality and Tourism Industry with AI and technology-based operations, guest experiences and sustainability. HMCT previously organized a national conference in 2022 focusing on the National Education Policy, NEP, of India 2020 and its impact on the higher education system. This initiative received positive feedback from stakeholders in the hospitality and tourism industry. Additionally, HMCT hosted a Y20 summit last year in collaboration with the G20 Secretariat of the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Government of India. Notably, our institute was the only one in Kerala to receive approval for hosting the summit. The COVID-19 pandemic accelerated the adoption of technology-based operations across various sectors. People began recognizing the significance of technology as an alternative resource to manpower, revolutionizing entire industries and service sectors. In the hospitality and tourism sector, technology, especially AI, plays a crucial role in providing anticipated services to customers. However, several questions arise. What job opportunities will be available for budding hospitality professionals? How should the curriculum for hospitality and tourism studies evolve to address emerging changes? What new skills and knowledge levels should faculty attain? Additionally, sustainable practices in the field and customer perceptions regarding robotic services are essential considerations. Are we transitioning from a people-centric industry to a robotic one? These concerns drive discussions in the technology-based operations landscape. I wish and believe this international conference will certainly going to discuss and deliberate in detail on each sub-themes and concerns raised, especially on its pros and cons, and come out with the suggestions and solutions with clarity on each aspect. Will be a learning resource for our institute, and wish you all fruitful days ahead. And I take this opportunity to congratulate the chairman, director, principal of the engineering college, and especially the director and principal of the HMCT for conceptualizing a most appropriate theme and for organizing this international conference in association with the City of Glasgow College. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father. I invite our administrator, Reverend Dr. James John Manglatha, to address the gathering.
Your Excellency, Mar Joseph Kalarangad, the Bishop of Pale and the patron of the college, Your Excellency James Godber, Deputy Chief of Mission, British High Commission to India, Monsignor Dr. Joseph Malay Parambil, the Chairman of the College, Mr. Vittorio Santoro, Director Cast Alimenti, Italy, Dr. Leah Fox, Dean Aviation Management, UK, Chef Gary McLean, City of Glasgow College, Scotland, Reverend Father Joseph Waterpill, the Director of the College, Dr. Sherry Kurian, the principal, Mr. Varghese Johnson, the head of the department, dear delegates from industry as well as academia from different parts of the globe, dear faculty members, and my dear students. I'm deeply delighted to be part of this international conference on transforming hospitality with AI. As we know, hospitality industry as well as tourism are two major emerging areas of the day. There are a lot of opportunities as well as challenges, and the industry is quite dynamic. Therefore, we have to be acquainted with the changes that are happening around us, and also the mechanism to adapt to the changes. This kind of conferences help us understanding the new developments, to disseminate the knowledge, new knowledge that is created, and also for receiving the same for from the end of the academic community. AI has got revolutions in the world. A lot of changes have happened with the introduction of AI in various sectors. As tourism and hospitality industries are dynamic areas, you can see a lot of applications of AI in the hospitality industry. It can be used for personalized guest experience as well as for operational efficiency. So new developments will be introduced in the hospitality areas, and those who are in the field should know the daily developments that are happening. There are doubts whether AI will replace human beings. We know that the AI is created by the human intellect. I don't think human effort can be replaced by AI. But with the development of AI, humans will have to change their roles. Therefore, we have to see what AI can do, and we have to decipher what AI cannot do. And I think this kind of conferences will enable us to have deep-rooted knowledge in these areas and to reshape our aspirations or our experiences in this line. I'm really happy that our Hotel Management Institute adopts this kind of techniques and is open to the demand of the industry. I have newly joined here, and from the very beginning itself, I understand that the management of the college takes a lot of pain to introduce the new developments in hospitality or tourism sectors to the students so that they will not be second-hand citizens in the field. Therefore, the principal and the director take all necessary efforts to bring industry to connect with the academia. And I wish all the best for this wonderful conference. We have guests from various countries. Generally, when we say international seminar, maybe someone will be hired from in the online mode, and that is what happens today. But we have the presence of, or direct presence of, delegates from different parts of the world. That is a blessing, really. And it is an occasion for us to learn from them who are mainly in the industry. I wish 2 days of serious academic deliberations, and I invite all of you to this conference and to make this a successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Acha. Now, I invite our chief guest, His Excellency, Mr. James Godber, Deputy Chief of Mission, British High Commission, India, to address the gathering.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, honoured persons on the dais. Thank you very much for inviting me to join you here this morning at St. Joseph's to share some perspectives on behalf of UK government. When you work as a diplomat overseas, you never quite know what you're going to do on any one morning. So today, I'm here with you talking about artificial intelligence in the hospitality industry. And yesterday morning, I talked to 20 grade 3 children about my hobby of photography and how I've used photography to explore your wonderful country of India and shared some insights with them on Teachers' Day. So every day is somehow different. I'm here because I'm excited that friends and colleagues from City of Glasgow College are forging a new partnership with St. Joseph's, and at least in part, that's a premise and a basis on which you are all building over the next 2 days for your discussions and deliberations. And the purpose of diplomacy is, of course, to share understanding, to share knowledge, and to foster friendship. And so I very much hope that this partnership between City of Glasgow and St. Joseph's will be a block in the road or the wall that builds the friendship between our nations. Clearly, as a diplomat, I cannot be an expert, therefore, with the introduction I've just given you, on the things that I get to talk about. But given we're talking about AI, I thought I might prepare myself, and I'm hoping that some of you might smile at this point, by using our new friend and foe, ChatGPT, in order to seek new insight. So I typed in AI and data in hospitality, and 7 headers came up. They were as follows: personalized guest experiences, operational efficiency, dynamic pricing, customer service automation, sentiment analysis, predictive analytics, and enhanced marketing strategies. So all of you that get told that you shouldn't use ChatGPT for anything, I'm here representing my country, relying on ChatGPT to find something to talk about on AI in hospitality. But those headers resonate with me, and I think it's really clear that AI isn't a buzzword. It's an integral part of how businesses in this and every other sector have to operate. Whether it's through personalized guest interactions or streamlined supply chain management, AI is enabling businesses to achieve more, potentially with less, and allow those of you in this sector at least to serve guests and stay competitive in a fast-moving and evolving market. AI's impact on the efficiency and productivity within the hospitality and service sectors is profound. By automating routine, time-consuming tasks, it frees up the most valuable resource of all, people, all of you, to focus on higher value activity, boosting productivity and allowing for more personalized and engaging guest experiences. Because all of you, those of you at the back of the room who I assume aspire to do something in this sector when you start earning money, will no doubt prefer spending time talking to people and engaging with them than sitting looking at a computer in an office in the background somewhere. In the kitchen, reflecting on Gary's work, AI can optimize inventory management. It can reduce waste and ensure ingredients are used efficiently. Advancements such as this help us to operate more smoothly, deliver consistent quality and exceed guest expectations. And I have no doubt that there will be new apps and software as a service-based systems developed to ensure this happens. Indeed, I have a friend in Bengaluru who's developed a startup to achieve this in a factory. Why not in the kitchen? As the industry seeks to deliver or reduce its environmental footprint, something that's really important to the UK in the context of our relationship with India, AI offers powerful tools to optimize resource usage and minimize waste. AI can help manage energy consumption more effectively by adjusting heating, cooling, and lighting based on real-time occupancy. And in restaurants, AI can help predict demand more accurately, helping to make use of just-in-time procurement systems and optimizing freshness, reducing food waste, and ensuring that ingredients are procured and used optimally. We must, though, acknowledge that this is not without challenges, particularly in the educational sector, which is crucial to preparing a skilled workforce. It sparks both, I think, excitement and concern. I go back to my experience yesterday with grade 3, and I took my own projector to show some of the photographs I've taken because the classroom had no computer, no projector, nothing. And here we are at a conference where we're talking about artificial intelligence. The first step to working out how to use and leverage artificial intelligence is to provide access to technology. And we have to be mindful about how society as a whole needs access, not just the haves to have the power of the internet on our mobile phones in our pockets. What we can do today with those phones, I remember discussing with friends 25 years ago when I was finishing school and thinking there was no demand for whatsoever, and there was absolutely no need or reason why I would ever want the internet in my own pocket. But I can stand in front of you all today and I can tell you that I simply can't live without it. And as for UPI here in India and all of the infrastructure that underpins that, I use it so many times a day, I cannot fathom how it can possibly be that it isn't available in the UK and every other market around the world, because it is so very brilliant and has become completely transformative. So as you engage in this conference over the next day and a half, I think it's really important that you think about how training needs to be in traditional skills, but also in the use of AI-powered tools and systems. And you reflect on how upskilling and reskilling will be a part of everyone's journey, both now and as everyone goes through their careers. Of course, embracing AI doesn't mean abandoning human interactions that make your industry unique. It's about finding a balance, using technology to enhance them, not replace them. The best service, or certainly the best service in my opinion at least, is service which is barely noticed. It happens without anyone requesting it, and it's never intrusive. In that context, AI can be a really powerful tool in the hands of educators, trainers, and service personnel in creating richer and more dynamic experiences. As I come to a conclusion, I think it's really important that we recognize the strong cultural and economic, including educational ties between the UK and India, the bonds that exist between my country and yours have created a strong foundation for collaboration and growth. And as we look to the future, the UK is committed to continuing to foster and expand these connections, building on our shared history and values to achieve even greater mutual prosperity and understanding. The collaboration we have is unique, and it will allow us to share best practice, to develop new educational models, and to harness the potential of this technology to drive progress in the sector that matters most to all of you in this room. The UK and India have a roadmap which has a series of key thematics within it, and that includes our people, which we call our living bridge, because there's 1.5 million people of Indian origin living and working in the UK today. But it also includes the recently announced UK-India Technology Strategy Initiative, which has AI as a part of it. And the most interesting bit of that, I think, given much of it is focused on security, is the fact that it includes the commitment to create a centre that will look at AI ethics. And ethics will, of course, be important in your sector. So in conclusion, let's not fear the challenges that AI brings. Instead, let's, over the next few days and as we go forward, embrace them, harnessing the potential of the technology to create a brighter, more innovative future for hospitality, education, and service. Together, I hope we can build on the strong ties between the UK and India and all the nations represented in this room, and leverage the opportunities before us to achieve a future where technology and humanity can work hand in hand to deliver exceptional experiences to guests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I couldn't agree with you more about the support ChatGPT has in our lives. Next, I invite our guest of honor, Mr. Vittorio Santoro, Director of SJIHMCT, to address the gathering.
Buongiorno. Good morning, boys and girls. Good morning, everybody. I have to read my short speech. It's a great honor to be here today. I thank the organization for the invitation. I thank for the great accept us, for the great hospitality. I would like to share my experience from a similar conference held last year in SJIHMCT, entitled Artificial Intelligence, Intelligence in the Ends. The event explored how AI is currently influencing and will continue to impact the future of culinary arts and hospitality professions. My brief testimony will mainly address the conclusion that emerged during that conference. I'm confident, anyway, that by carefully following the esteemed speakers at this conference, we will delve into more detailed contents, my understanding and vision of AI in the world, particularly within the hospitality and tourism industry, will be further enriched. During the conference in Italy, we discussed about the opportunities, the limitation and the risk of AI in our sector. One of the main focuses, which was particularly interesting for us as a school, was how AI can interact with human skills in a collaborative way, enhancing professional training and education activities. Currently, at SJIHMCT, AI is already being used as a service and support is just service and the support for all the staff of various departments, as well as providing valuable assistance to students through a dedicated chatbot. However, we know it's crucial that AI is fed with accurate data to avoid misleading results. The saying, garbage in, garbage out, perfectly captures this idea. It became clear that AI will provide a beneficial push to the hospitality industry, to the managerial and entrepreneurial activities in the supply chain, and to food production and hospitality services, improving technique and technologies while offering new experiences to customers. It was also emphasized that AI will not diminish the pursuit of excellence in services, production and research and development. Rather, it will stimulate and further support the operator. However, as one can imagine, AI will become increasingly prevalent, eventually becoming indispensable in the future, with the hope that this dependency will be constructive and positive and not negative for the humans. At least for the foreseeable future, AI technology offers many and indubitable advantages, but it will not replace human sensitivity and experience. As somebody said, we don't know for how long. The conference entitled also Intelligence in the Ends was confirmed by the speakers. It is undeniable the human sensitivity, emotionality, and experience are, at this time, difficult for AI to achieve. The previous statements touches on a fundamental point in the debate about artificial intelligence and its capabilities compared to humans. At present, AI cannot match human sensitivity, emotionality, and experience. These aspects are deeply rooted in our consciousness, our ability to empathize, and our understanding of emotional nuances. AI, despite making significant progress in areas like natural language processing, machine learning, and data analysis, operates on logical and algorithmic foundations. It lacks the ability to feel in the true sense, to pursue the world with the emotional complexity that characterizes human experience. Human sensitivity is not just a matter of cognitive ability, but also of personal experiences, emotional memory, cultural context, and social interaction. AI can simulate certain aspects of these experiences, but it cannot live them or understand them in the way a human does. So, at least for now, AI remains a powerful and useful tool, but still far from equaling the depths of human nature. In conclusion, AI will be a tool to support, assist, and enhance the capability of professionals, provided that we adequately prepare for the upcoming changes. That is everything very succinctly. What can I say about my experience and listening in that conference? I hope it has been helpful and to your liking. I would like to thank all the speakers in Advantage for their presence and insights, and I wish you a productive and successful continuation of the conference. Thank you. I would like to say even that the presentation of SJIHMCT, the school that I am the director, will be done just after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Santoro. Now, I invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Leah Fox, Dean, Aviation Management at Berkshire New University, UK, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Morning, everyone. Esteemed hosts, knowledgeable colleagues, and dear students. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for inviting me to provide this keynote speech. It's a pleasure to be here. So I've got the PowerPoint presentation, and once we get that sorted, I just want to share this. I come from School of Aviation and Security from the UK. So it is only fair that I will be talking about AI innovations in aviation. However, because we live in a very interconnected world, hospitality, innovation, aviation, and tourism are very much interlinked. So I will be referring back and forward to discuss this in hand. But first thing, I'd like you to imagine this, right? You are in year 2018, so definitely before COVID, right? Everybody transported, 2018. You are in Cochin International Airport with a heavy bag, really heavy bag. It's a sweltering summer day. It's your first holiday to Goa, right? You're standing there with your girlfriend, first holiday to Goa. You're also carrying a plate of piping hot idlis that your girlfriend insisted you take on a flight for her. And what you're seeing in front of you is this huge sort of snaking queue in front of you. And as you're dragging the suitcase and the plate of piping idlis, you finally get to the counter, try to drag the suitcase on the check-in desk, the system goes down, and pretty much like Wi-Fi goes down in monsoon season, and you've got nowhere to go, you continue waiting, right? Back to today, 2024, you're still with your girlfriend, still with a heavy suitcase, going to Goa. What's different is you don't have idlis with you. Instead, you going to the check-in desk. It's all automated. The system invites you to weigh in your luggage. You put it in. It says you in Malayalam, "Thank you very much for your experience. Wishes you a good flight." And advises you to buy masala dosa at the nearest counter to your gate. You put in your headphones with a virtual DJ on the Spotify account with your favorite song to block the sound of your chattering girlfriend, right? And you think, oh my gosh, this is bliss. This must be a divine intervention. And in some way it is. Welcome to the world of AI. AI indeed has transformed aviation and hospitality in many ways. And although I'm not going to be talking about the personalized experience, streamlined operation, and predictive AI, and I think the Chief of Mission already talked about that, but what I will talk about is my mother, who keeps telling me that the computer knows her interest in her dresses more than she does, and keeps sending her reminders as to what to buy and what to eat. So clearly, the power of AI is incredible. So if you can move the slides. Keep moving. One more. Great. So I just want you to take some time to look about some of the developments and how AI is transforming the world of aviation. And it's catching up. And although there's some work is on the way, but you can see quite a lot is happening in terms of optimization of flight routes, checking in bag encounters yourself in 2024, and the excellent experience you to have. It's really looking into all this sort of acknowledgement of passenger identity and trying to anticipate your routes and trip preferences, places you want to go, and make some suggestions. It also but it's constantly evolving. It doesn't stop there. There's so much we're yet to know about the way it will transform the aviation industry. Next slide. Right, very busy slide here. One of the things I've been asked to cover here about the role of human resources in aviation and how that is developed in relation to AI. And you might say, well, why are we talking about this? And the reason for that is it is because of people. It's people that make the experience. It's people that transform any industry. So as the CEO of Virgin Atlantic has alluded to, people really are the one that's sort of driving force behind any operations. So there are some changes that are constantly emerging in the world of HR, because after all, this places spots, whether there is AI in place or not, will have to be filled by people like you. So what we've got here, quite a few things. We've got the use of data analytics to predict trends. I want to talk a little bit about the recruitment practices. There's clearly a need to improve on the recruitment practices, but a lot of this is being done currently in the world of HR. Retention strategies being supported by HR. What's also happening, AI is supporting human resources function to diversify the workforce. So it's quite a lot, quite good wins there already. However, a lot is to be done. And one thing you see here is this intergenerational aspect. I will explain on that later. More and more people, particularly in aviation, are working across various generations. So there could be aviation industries full of situations where you have 5 generations working, potentially. And it is Generation Z, you guys, that would inform cabin crew, that would inform aviation management practitioners, that would inform pilots on the best customer experience, because you know what you need, you know the current demands. And this is what's called reverse mentoring. So in a sense, you are not mentored by those who are already in forces, but you are mentoring the ones that have been working there for a long time, because you understand the changing needs of the industry. One of the other things that we need to address is to increase gender diversity. I mean, look around the room. Most of you are guys over here, which is wonderful to see. But any employment, any organization will benefit from having both girls and boys, because that introduces a diversity of opinion. And let's face it, sometimes girls know better. Great. I think also it's important to attract candidates from diverse backgrounds. They could certainly bring their own cultural experiences, their ethnic experiences, their wisdom, and their ways of thinking to enhance customer experience, to enhance the experience of the end user. Retention strategies, I've talked a little bit about that. What you don't have these days is loyalty, employer loyalty, because many individuals, perhaps including yourselves, would want to leave smaller businesses to go into bigger businesses, right? Bigger organizations, because these organizations offer better benefits. So what's really important certainly for the aviation industry, it is to provide very customized loyalty scheme to attract and retain these individuals. And leadership, once again, professional development is very important because we are constantly learning. We need to be constantly learning, particularly in the world of AI, because we need to be responding to all the changes that come in, and these changes come rapidly. So the last thing I want to talk about is sort of the world before and after AI, and this image is perhaps best expresses some of the things that we're seeing at the moment. I'm sure you all heard about catfishing, yeah? If not, try it out. It's fun. Leads to a bigger disappointment, but it's fun. So, world before AI, certainly in the aviation industry, saw long wait times, delayed baggage. Things were done rather slowly. Limited personalization, so things were rather generic. What you're seeing after the introduction of AI in the aviation industry, this personal experience, this personalized approach to doing things, quicker service, much quicker service, and comfortable way of experiencing aviation. So what I'll say in conclusion is pretty much will mirror words of Chief of Mission to say, let's not fight the AI, let's embrace it, because it is here to make our life exciting, colorful, and comfortable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I invite our HOD, Mr. Verghese Johnson, to present the vote of thanks.
Gratitude helps us to grow and expand. Gratitude brings joy and laughter into your life and into the lives of all those around you. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, and dear participants, good morning. Please let me express a deep sense of honor and respect as I stand before you while offering my heartfelt thanks for the inauguration ceremony of this 2 days international conference. It is with profound gratitude that we extend our heartfelt thanks to His Excellency Mar Joseph Kallarangad, Bishop of Pala Diocese, for his inspiring presence and unwavering guidance. Your wisdom and dedication continue to enrich our faith community and uplift our spirits. We are deeply appreciative of your commitment to nurturing our spiritual growth and fostering unity among us. Thank you, Bishop. Let me express our deep gratitude to our chief guest of the day, His Excellency James Godber, the Deputy Chief of Mission at the British High Commission in India. Your presence and insightful contribution have enriched this endeavor of ours, and we stand immensely grateful for your valuable support. May now request His Excellency Mar Joseph Kallarangad to hand over our token of gratitude to His Excellency James Godber. Thank you. We are very grateful to our guest of honor, Mr. Vittorio Santoro, Director of SJIHMCT, Italy, for taking the time from his busy schedule to be among us. His knowledge and international view will contribute greatly to the upgrading of our future discussions, and we consider ourselves to be privileged. Let me invite Mr. Sunny Menon, Chef Armando Palmieri, and Chef Mario Grazio, the Cast Alimendi Italy team,
to come to the dais. Can we have a large round of applause for this wonderful team? I should say that you have missed something very valuable. For the past 2 days, this wonderful team from Italy, they were there in our college, educating our students. Now we had a wonderful theory and practical sessions. So a big, large round of applause for this team from SJIHMCT, Italy. Chef Armando. Chef Mario Grazio. And Mr. Sunny Menon. Yesterday we had an Italian theme lunch for around 60 guests, and this is the team behind it. We had a strong team of students, and under their guidance, it was a grand success. So let's have a large round of applause for this team once again. Thank you. Thank you. We would also like to thank Chef Gary McLean from City of Glasgow College, Scotland. His culinary experience and enthusiasm in his trade motivated each one of us and will motivate and has given an added value to our conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chef. Special thanks goes to Dr. Leah Fox, Dean of Aviation Management at Buckinghamshire New University, UK, for her academic leadership and steadfast dedication to excellence. I believe that this event owes its great success in no small measure. Thank you, Dr. Leah Fox. I now request our administrator, Reverend Dr. James John Mangalath, to hand over our token of gratitude to Dr. Leah Fox. Thank you. We are also deeply indebted to Monsignor Dr. Joseph Malay Parambil, Chairman, Administrator, Reverend Dr. James John Mangalath, for their guidance and invaluable support that have been fundamental in organizing this conference. Thank you. A word of special thanks goes to Reverend Father Joseph Vatapillil, the Director of SJIHMCT, and Dr. Sherry Kurian, Principal of SJIHMCT, for their tireless effort in the background and in the front. And we all are guided by that team who have made this conference a reality. Thank you. I should say, this goes to all the participants and organizers of this international conference. The forthcoming hours are all about your enthusiasm, engagement, and collaborative spirit. We look forward of carrying the worthy insights and fostering the connections that we will be able to make through the forthcoming enlightening sessions. Have a great learning experience. Thank you all.
As we come close to the end of the inaugural ceremony, let's all stand for the Indian National Anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Now we have a photo session. I request all the guests on the dais to please move towards the forward of the.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a quick photo session now and followed by a quick tea break. Then we will assemble immediately after the tea break in the same hall for the technical session. Thank you.
This one, the pop filter is not like it's broken. That's why it's making that sound.
I request all the guests on the wing to please come to the center.
So, after a much needed coffee break, welcome back to the International Conference on Transforming Hospitality with AI and Technology, sponsored by WCE Private Limited, CleanFix Chevron, hosted by SJIHMCT Palai in partnership with City of Glasgow College. We start the first technical session of this conference. The sub-theme for this session is AI in Hospitality and Tourism. The moderator for this session is Ms. Carla Gethin from the City of Glasgow College, Scotland. I welcome you, ma'am, to the dais. I also welcome the panelist, Chef Gary McLean, Mr. Girish Prabhu, Dr. Tony K. Thomas, and Mr. Rohit Hangal.
The flow of events will be as such. We'll start with the panel discussions, and then we'll move on to the paper presentations. The panel discussions, each resource person has 10 minutes to present. And then we'll move on to the paper presentation in 201. We'll be calling you accordingly. Thank you.
Just a few corrections. After the panel discussion, we will have a Q&A session. Anyone among the audience can ask questions, and if they have any doubts, they can clear them. And the panel, the paper presentation is 209. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed your session so far this morning. So I'm delighted to invite Gary McLean, who will be presenting a speech on artificial intelligence and embracing this within the hospitality sector. So I'd now like to invite Gary McLean up to present. Thank you.
Thanks, Carla. Good morning, everyone. Lovely to be back at the podium. What I wanted to do with this was I was wanting to talk about the incredible change and how quickly things change in our industry. And as I say, there is an opportunity later on for asking questions. But I am Scotland's national chef. I hold a role within the Scottish Government to help promote primarily education and health through food. But I've also been a chef, and I was calculating this up when I was writing my speech. I've almost been a chef for 40 years. So I'm a couple of years away, believe it or not. I know I don't look it. So I've been a chef my whole life since I turned 15, working in kitchens. And anybody here, I know there's a few chefs here, things have kind of changed incredibly. You know, when I was younger, all your skills were passed on from chefs of generations before. And as I said, what I want to talk about is the change that includes AI. And it's a topic that throws up a full range of opinions. Some see it as a powerful ally, whilst others view it with trepidation. I aim to demonstrate that when approached with the right mindset, AI can be a collaborator that elevates our skills and enriches our culinary artistry. I am of an age when I remember stories from chefs that trained me. Those chefs, believe it or not, came into the industry just after World War II, when life was very different. There was very little way of convenience foods. There was no things like cling film or microwaves or high-speed blenders. Some kitchens still had coal-fire ovens that these chefs would have to be in at the crack of dawn, emptying out, restocking, and lighting for the team coming in. I heard tales of chopping in 7 farces and mousses for hours. Again, I think if there's any older chefs here, they spent half their life 7 mousses. You know, we used to have to test the degree of cooking of things like roast meats by your bottom lip. And you could always tell the roast chef if he'd overcooked the meat, because he was always burnt in the bottom lip. And I remember, again, it was going back to 1987 when I just started out. I remember a stick blender, something quite as simple as a stick blender was introduced to the kitchen. And it was so expensive and so kind of new that no one was allowed to use it other than the senior team. The sous chefs were the only ones allowed to use it. And it was a great big thing. It had a big long shaft, and it was the be-all and end-all for our kitchen in terms of technology. And I remember there was one occasion when there was the sous chef was blending a sauce in a big double boiler. It was about 3 foot by 6 foot and about 3 foot deep, and he had this big blender blending away. And the chef's office phone went, and the sous chef left and answered the phone, but he left the blender running. And when you leave that running, it kind of sticks to the bottom. An unnamed commie, shall we say, when the sous chef was in the office, walked past the blender and elbowed it into the sauce. And I always remember the sous chef coming back out of the office, and he knew something was wrong. And we saw him following the plug socket and finding the blender in the soup. And to this day, the poor man's now retired, but he still thinks it was his fault. But if I could talk to the chefs that I learned from now, I don't think they would recognise the landscape that we've got. I think they'd be in disbelief of the technology. And when we talk about AI, some envision this dystopian future where technology and machines are taking over our kitchen. However, I believe that it should be used as a tool, and I know a couple of people have said that already. They can assist in various tasks, offering remarkable benefits, and can actually redefine our culinary practices. From smart ovens that we're using every day, if anybody's used a Rational oven, that's AI technology. Smart ovens can adjust cooking settings automatically based on the dish being prepared. The oven actually knows what's in the oven through AI. It can aid with things like predictive analytics that can aid in menu development, menu planning, optimize ingredient sourcing. And that's whether or not that's through looking at local produce or food in season or what's available. It really is a powerful tool. Yet we must understand that while AI handles repetitive tasks, it also provides us valuable insights that we can use to improve our culinary creations. For instance, smart kitchen appliances can aggregate data about ingredient availability, customer trends in real time. The data can inform our sourcing and cooking strategies and ensure we're relevant in a competitive market. And as we delve deeper into AI, we find that the future is not about replacement, it's about enhancement. Imagine a scenario where chefs are collaborating with AI systems, analysing global food trends or optimising ingredient usage, minimising waste, maximising quality. And AI can also assist in ensuring that every dish leaves our kitchens meet the standards by monitoring critical factors. And consider the potential of AI in food safety, where I think we all should be looking at, with the ability to monitor conditions and equipment conditions in real time, monitoring critical control points, temperatures of our fridges, and it gives us that data that we know that our food's safe. I think it's also very, very, very useful in training our chefs for tomorrow. AI creates exciting possibilities with culinary education. Imagine an AI-driven system where culinary students receive real-time feedback as they hone their skills. This not only enhances the learning experience, but streamlines the traditional apprenticeship model with technology ushering us into a new era. And we can ensure that up-and-coming chefs are equipped with methods that align with modern culinary trends. And only yesterday I was talking this morning about coming to these conferences and learning. I learned yesterday from our Italian colleagues that they are running classes in multi-languages. They have groups of students who are learning in there's several languages in the class, and they're wearing headsets that then just translates straight to their own language. That only helps an Italian educator teaching, a foreign student. So, and that's technology that I didn't know about, and certainly something that we'll be looking into. As I say, the world is changing so rapidly. This will be absolutely crucial to embrace it. The culinary landscape of today is vastly different from even a decade ago, with a growing emphasis on things like sustainability, health consciousness, and global flavours. As mentors and educators, we have a responsibility to incorporate these technologies and advancement into our own teaching. And by doing so, we can raise the standards for our future chefs while ensuring our rich culinary traditions are also passed down, intact, and adapted to modern needs. However, we strongly advocate these innovations. We must acknowledge the challenges that come with them. Implementing AI technology can be expensive. Whether it's for state-of-the-art equipment or specialised software, the financial outlay can be significant. For many small independent restaurants, this can present a huge hurdle. But let's consider the cost from another angle. What is the cost of not innovating? With evolving customer expectations and the need for efficiency and sustainability in operations has never been more crucial. Restaurants that fall behind in this technology and innovation risk not merely losing business, but losing relevance in our hyper-connected world. Now let's address another concern. I know it's paramount that many chefs in our community are thinking that AI will replace human chefs. My answer is a resounding no, not entirely at least. AI may take over certain repetitive, time-consuming tasks, but cannot replicate the passion, love, and artistry we craft people pour into our food. Cooking is an intuitive process that demands personalisation. It thrives on human experience, emotion, and the stories we tell through our food. Cooking is about community, about connection, and about celebrating culinary traditions. It's a craft that thrives on creativity and innovation, built upon many, many years of wisdom, skill, and artistry. No matter how far advanced AI becomes, it will never replace the human connection and the emotion behind each plate. However, we must also recognise that some scenarios, especially in large-scale operations or restaurant chains, AI may prove to be cost-effective. The efficiency of AI can free up time, resources, so that chefs can focus on creativity while machines handle everything from inventory management to portion control. But in conclusion, embracing AI in the kitchen offers a unique opportunity for us to revolutionise our craft for our patrons. It is essential we view AI as a collaborator as we push the boundaries of culinary excellence, and together we can adapt to changing trends and improve operational efficiencies, and more importantly, continue to deliver exceptional experiences for our guests. Let us forge ahead as chefs who utilise AI and elevate our craft, allowing us to shine brighter through creativity, dedication, and culinary arts, because at the end of the day, regardless of how much technology is involved, the heart of hospitality will always be within the people behind it, the chefs, the staff, and the connections that we create. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Gary, for that insightful speech. It was very interesting to hear then about the impact of technology, and particularly that technology and how it will impact the future of our chefs and how we train those chefs. I was surprised, even having worked with Gary for many years, to hear that he's been in the industry for so long. He looks so young. So embracing AI is certainly important, and certainly in terms of a more sustainable hospitality industry. But I think Gary made a very important point about the human element. That won't ever go away. It has to work alongside artificial intelligence. So thank you, Gary. Now, I'd now like to invite our next guest speaker, Girish Prabhu, who will speak about the importance of artificial intelligence in the hospitality industry. Thank you.
Hi, being open here, I come from a technology world. I implement software that supports AI and supports the hotels and other tourism industries to implement the AI. 2-3 years back when the AI was really hot, everybody said, hey, we are losing programmers. We don't need any more programmers because AI can create the code. And that we are hearing now in every industry. Being open, if I ask you how many of you fear that AI and robots will replace your job in years to come? Hands up? Few. Okay. So let me just check this. I'll just give my experience so far, and then we'll go in a little bit deep about each how it is going to change the world in coming years. So, each one of the slides will take hours to discuss more and understand what exactly AI can do. But here I'm just going to introduce you the idea of AI, how it is going to change a little bit, and how you can benefit out of it. The first of all, the good news is there. AI is not going to replace human, but the people who understands how to use AI will replace the normal human being. That's what is going to happen. There is no more robots. Like we are hearing about driverless cars. We are hearing about robots cleaning the bathrooms. But how far is it true? Because it's not completely true, because there are still the unique things that robots cannot achieve yet. In years to come, maybe it will come to that level, but right now, what is AI? Anything, any computer program that can think and act like human being I classify them as AI. So GPT is one of them, which is very popular. Everybody knows about GPT. Even today, James talked about GPT, and I have nothing else. Everything is covered by him today. So GPT is very famous, and there are tools like that you unknowingly use every day, like your music or video, preferences that come out in Netflix or any music streaming app like Ghana or Savan or anything that you may use. When you book Uber, AI is still there. When you go to Facebook, you search for something, or Instagram, when you look for some stories, AI is still there. But you're not actually scared of it, right? Why? You're not scared because you think that is actually helping you to find better videos, find better movies, find or listen to best songs that you like. Because your history, your whatever listening habits that you have, that is what is taken as the learning platform, and then it gives you the recommendations. So that's something similar that AI is going to do in other industries as well. So why we are talking about AI this year, in maybe a few more, couple of months or a year, because we all, the change is coming, that's for sure. And everybody is actually adopting technology that is either powered by AI or will be powered by AI so that they can improve better. So that is why we need this section or in this, discussions as we are happening here. Also in my presentation, I will address a little bit of current challenges and how it could turn out in another couple of years. So as our keynote speaker said, I just want you to think about a situation where in the current scenario and what a best scenario would be. The current scenario, you go to a booking platform, any of the booking platform, you don't know, you want to travel to Thailand or you want to go to some vacation where you are completely out of any of your information. There is no travel agent and you want to go travel cheap. So you go to booking.com or any other travel OTAs and you search for something. And then what happens? You get some cheap places, some cheap flights, and you reach there, you understand that it's completely out of your wishes. That maybe that location is good for young chaps. People like me who have, middle age, we don't enjoy that. We don't want to go to nightclubs. We don't want, just want to sit near the beach, enjoy the book, and maybe have some beers. So, so your taste is different than the travelers who are generally traveling to that place. So how would you handle this? Because right now, your travel agents work closely with you. They give you the preferences. That kind of works like a little bit of personalization. How OTAs do that. And imagine if this technology can do that same personalization. And the moment you walk into the hotel, there is no more waiting because hotel rooms are not yet cleaned. The people who stayed over, they just made the rooms dirty. Or, there is some late checkouts happening. And then your housekeeping team is really struggling to clean the room and hand over the room to the front office. And what? The guests are actually treated with a lunch. And then you are actually getting a hole in your budget because now you have to take care of the lunch or whatever that you give to them. So what AI can do on the other side, look at your personalized, your preferences, what you like what we explained in the case of streaming music or Netflix, your preferences, the places that you've been to, that wishes that you have, and recommends you the place end to end. And that is what I call hyper-personalization. So this is hyper-personalization right from booking, flights, end-to-end transportation, means from airport to hotel to maybe your other packages, stay, everything. So if everything can be considered and make it for your likes as a guest, that is called hyper-personalization. We have a lot of challenges here because not every sector of the travel domain is not yet equipped with technology. They are not yet connected. So it's a big difference, big gap in this section. I already mentioned about enhanced guest experience. Means the same room, now I'm going back to the current scenario. Myself and maybe chef here, we booked the same hotel, similar kind of room. My expectations and chef's expectations are completely different. My experience and chef's experience is completely different. And how can a hotel manager make it very personalized for each different people like us? That is what is experience management. Okay, we have members, member pricing, all of these things come up. How each guest, based on their personalization, gets the best price deals, and that also gives the personalization. So if a hotel or a travel, be it airline or a travel agency or anything, the entire travel history, travel domain can take care of this personalization. That's being the best example of AI implementation. At the same time, there are tools already which helps you to maximize your revenue. Look at various competitors around you, look at their prices, coming up events, what are the other benefits, all these example things, it changes the price as it needs, like what happens in airlines. So it's called dynamic pricing, real-time dynamic pricing. There are tools already doing this, helping you with this. Staff augmentation. Everybody, whoever said, yes, I'm worried about replacing my job, this is what it is, staff augmentation. I'm telling you, human is not getting replaced. Okay? So what exactly is going to happen? We will get out of the administrative jobs. Preparing Excels, preparing reports, preparing, updating some softwares, which is our primary job right now anyway. So now we can go ahead and look at how we actually do the guest experience. The personalization that we already had earlier, they discussed. So here, one example is like emails, right? Very simple example. A group, like, I'm not talking about large group, a 20 property group. If you are handling around 1,000 rooms, you're dealing with about nearly 2 lakh emails per year reading. That's about your reservation, cancellation, price changes, sometimes guest queries. Very simple. I'm talking just about reading emails. This is an administrative task that we do every day. Imagine AI can replace this. It can read all your emails, understand what it says. Okay, this room is now booked, or this particular room type is now booked, this room type is now cancelled. All this information is updated to your PMS automatically or alerted to your team automatically. That's what AI can do. Means that person or 2 people or 5 people reading that email is now freed up so that they can really focus on the right job that they are supposed to do. That is taking care of the guest. Similarly, training. All of you are going into the industry. You will go through some training, and guess what? The training would be for a few days. You forget when you go to the job how to execute it. Now, what if there is a tool which is powered by AI, which actually guides you like a game, right? You are in phase 1, this is what you have to do. Now phase 2, this is what you have to do. So if that game can guide you and do on-the-job training, that's what AI can do. So preparing you, upskilling you for the next set of your roles. One example that I can quote here, multilingual communication. We have implemented our tool in one of the properties in Singapore. They had 4 different language speaking housekeepers. They could not communicate each other. They needed a supervisor who can translate in between. Like, okay, hey, I want, towels here. They will talk in Vietnamese, and there is a supervisor reading it, converting it in English, putting it into the system, so the English speaking system can actually take care of that. What if this gets automatically converted? They speak in Vietnamese or Chinese, and AI using it, learning it, converting it, creating a ticket automatically, and assigns to the right housekeeper or engineering staff. So the ticket is managed properly. So there is no need of overdoing your stuff. That's what staff augmentation will happen. I've already, Chef has already discussed about kitchen automation, so I'm not getting into that. That is another area where we can save productivity and bring in AI implementation. Operational efficiency, this actually helps you. Already touched upon a little bit of housekeeping. So what's housekeeping? Very simple, a room getting dirty and room getting clean. That is the simplest part of housekeeping. But there are situations where you have VIP check-in. You do the assignment early in the day, and the VIP check-in comes maybe half the day. There is no information, and it's like, oh, okay, this is, there is chief minister coming in. You make the report, you make the rooms ready. That comes in like flash, and that is very difficult. It's difficult for the team to reassign everything, reassign the job. This is one extreme example. What if, different personas have different way of living in the room, right? Some make dirty rooms, some make, they would like to eat in the room. Some would like to go out and enjoy the room so that's not much dirty. You can hand over the room as soon as possible. So when you assign, are you considering these factors into the assignment, scheduling? So when there is an AI system which understands the pattern of the guest, maybe this pattern is that this guest checks out every time 6 a.m. Means that room we can clean early. So these kind of fine details of the guest is kept, and then AI helps you to schedule the housekeeping. That is called smart housekeeping. And similarly, Chef already touched upon based on your booking, you can actually predict how much of inventory is needed. Inventory for the housekeeping, inventory for the F&B, all those things. Also, we can go to the extent, you look at the inventory that is in the purchasing, which are the elements that is expiring soon, and give it back to the chef so he can plan the menu accordingly. Other than, just because of pressure, the inventory, purchasing team says, hey, have this much of lentil going out next week, make sure that you give lentil for every menu, and then you are forced to do that. Rather, you can actually plan it well and do it better. Surveillance. Recently, we had a report that in one of the famous hotel, there was a surveillance issue where one of the AI, in Air India staff, AI means Air India, staff was actually attacked. So this is not because that hotel was not having security. They were having security, but using some security loopholes, that person got in and then attacked that person. It's, they had personal issue or whatever, we don't know. But what AI can do is looking at all the CCTV camera images or video feeds and look at extreme cases and then alert the security team immediately. That's an easy task for AI, instead of having multiple people looking at various aspects. Food and beverages, I'm not the right person to talk much about it, so I'm leaving it in that same discussion. But one thing is, smart ordering systems that I'll touch upon, where in the restaurants right now, we go to the pullover, drive-through, and then you have tough time giving the order. What if this can be automated using voice? And then voice is recognized, the automation is done, and that drive-through ordering is taken care using AI. I think I've touched upon a lot. You guys are confused. Now let me go through some of the challenges. Biggest challenge in a hotel or any industry that is with travel is data privacy. So even though there are a lot of actions happening to make sure data privacy is kept by all the lead AI providers, we as hotel owners and the leaders, we have to make sure the AI provider, whoever it is, has to take care of the data privacy in a very strict manner. Biggest challenge that we see, all this information is in different systems. How do you integrate and work together so that a true real-time input for the AI is there? That's the biggest challenge. And how much of automation? Automation is good maybe for a budget hotel. But if you do the same automation for a 5-star hotel, you are getting backlashed. So you have to think through your own property, your own implementations, and enable the AI provider to make sure that factor is automatically taken care of. Some of our AI future that I foresee personally, robotics will improve. We will have a little bit of robotics, but not completely removing the job, but as if right now you have robotic cars that you manage remotely. Similarly, you can have robots cleaning your washrooms, but managed remotely. So that is a possibility. Then predictive maintenance. Right now we do manual predictive maintenance with the help of IoTs and smart devices. The system itself says, hey, it's time you clean me or you do the maintenance on me, that kind of approach. And obviously, as Chef said, it's flavor precisions, like whether how much of sugar, salt, and other flavors I need personally versus the other person, even if it's the same food. So these are the future that immediately can come in the next couple of months or years. With that, thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Girish, for that very interesting presentation. And certainly for myself, I found it interesting the technologies that we use day to day and how that's underpinned or driven by artificial intelligence. But that data and that information that we are using every day, that's the information that is allowing that personalisation. And as you mentioned, Girish, the hyper-personalisation. And indeed, Leah spoke about that earlier in terms of the aviation industry and those reverse mentors. The fact that it's us that's influencing how artificial intelligence will look in the future. The benefits certainly led mostly to economic benefits in terms of that dynamic pricing, in terms of automation of tasks. That results in greater productivity, as does the smart housekeeping and the smart ordering systems. There are challenges, of course there are, and I'm sure these will be overcome in time. So thank you very much, Girish. I would now like to invite our third speaker, Dr. Tony Thomas, who will be presenting on the emerging trends in tech-based tourism.
So very good afternoon to the panel members, chair, industry experts, my dear students. Students now, those who are using your digital gadget here, I would like to ask you a question. Will you answer for me? Yes, okay. My question is very simple. When you travel, would you like to be received in a hotel by a robot receptionist? That is my first question. Do you like it or not? You don't like it? Can you please raise the hand, you like it? Yeah, I know sometimes you don't answer, that was expected. But I just want to tell you that you, as a euphoric situation, you may be interested to be received by a robot in the reception. But just imagine that every day or every time when you travel, you are received in a hotel by a robot. Would you like that situation? You may not be. Right, that is the answer which is given by different kind of research. As an academic, I know that my 10 minutes will have some academic flavor, the result from the research. And my second point of discussion is to the industry experts who are sitting here. Nokia 1100. That was a mobile phone. I think, yes. Most of the industry expert must be used because that mobile phone was popular in a point of time. And thereafter, I'm sure that you have used a BlackBerry as well. Yes, you are saying that you have used a BlackBerry. Now, most probably because I have seen that you are using iOS. Right, that is an iPhone in your hand. So what happened to BlackBerry and what happened to Nokia? So I will tell you that why did I ask this question. The first thing is that we don't accept the people, the guests, they don't accept technology in the same way every time. That is the first point which I need to discuss. So I put myself, there are a few questions before I start my presentation of few slides. So in what level technology can integrate in hospitality and tourism? Is there any line we can actually draw? There is no specific answer for that because technology shakes the industry every time. So whether the VR technology experience replaces real experience, and we have the answer already from the previous presentation. And the students here, the different demographic group. So I just want to say that a group of people here, the travelers, they are the digital natives. The digital natives, because when we born, there was no technology like that, what you have in your hand now. But later we adopt to the technology. That is one group. A large number of tourists are traveling like that. They don't have the same skills like a generation. iGen, those who are sitting here, because you are born up with technologies. Right, because you grow up with technology and you are called as the digital twins. You're digital twins. Without technology, something is impossible for you. So I just want to say something on the output from the research, that virtual reality. After COVID-19, there was a significant growth and it is continuing now. Right, there is a change happened because of COVID-19 and it is furthering now. Its compound annual growth rate is 33% in 2023 and it is continuing. On the other side is called as social deceptions. That is the negative side of that. The people, that particularly millennials, are posting some kind of misleading pictures in the social media. It is almost 36%. That is the toughest part of the industry leaders sitting here. I'm sure about it. And the airline industry is losing a lot of money. It is almost 1.5% of the global airline revenue because of the digital fraud. And the last one is to the hotel industry, almost the revenue loss is almost 5 to 6%. This is actually a fact, right? This is actually a fact that we have to understand that. So coming to some kind of virtual reality experience, the first hotel, SJIHMCT decentralized in 2022 by paying using cryptocurrency that you will have a virtual experience in hotel where you are sitting. It can be in your classroom or it can be in your home or wherever you are. So I remember that as an academic, learned tourism for almost 9 to 10 years and teaching almost 22 years, I was actually against the virtual tourism. That was 5-6 years back. Now I'm talking about virtual tourism. So that's the difference actually happened, that there is a no choice effect that virtual technology, virtual reality will be part of the travel and tourism industry. That is called as SJIHMCT decentralized Colosseum. So this is the secrets I want to tell you, that why we need technology in tourism. Right, if you go to Colosseum, what you can see that a tour guide is explaining you about the past. Explaining about the past. You go to Taj Mahal, you will see that big monument. Rather, they will explain you about Shah Jahan, Mumtaz Mahal, etc. However, how do you feel that if the histories are recreated by technology and you are immersing to the current situation? That is the power of technology which is used in different museums as well as a lot of historical as well as heritage monuments. And do you know that the metaverse, I think you are familiar with. Metaverse, and now it is even after that, human-like robotics, metaverse, its growth rate is almost 26.76%. So I'm just asking that myself, I am reflecting with definitely industry leaders and my dear students that is it possible that we can move without technology? Metaverse is actually giving virtual experience to all of you, and now it has its own growth rate which shows that 26.76%, and it is a business of 155.7 billion US dollars in the world. A COVID effect, after COVID effect, because sometimes changes happen because of some incidents. Here, I just want to highlight something on the COVID. In the first and second month after the COVID, the rise of virtual reality tour all over the world rise to 7 times. 7 times more than the actual scenario. That really says, previously, we all learned about virtual tours and all, but it was not that popular. And the popular destination they have visited is the Louvre Museum, the Great Wall of China, Eiffel Tower, as well as space tourism. Right, these are the immediate effect of COVID-19 on the virtual technology. And now, its revenue is US $384 million, and further growing until 2030, it will be more than that. So the COVID-19 again brought up with new technological application for the experience of the people. The first one is the virtual cabin. Virtual cabin, you can fly and see. Using technology, you will be able to see the Mediterranean. You will be able to see the Hawaiian Islands. It was during the time of COVID. And the child studio, you can experience something about the Mediterranean because you cannot travel. There is no way to travel. And by using virtual tour guiding, you can see that what is happening in other places by your own instructions. Someone is actually showing you some places and all. And the last one is a spa, onsen spa, that is in Japan. They virtually recreated it. That from India, we can actually experience some of that. But that is not the true replacement of the original experience. So we have to understand. So a few more minutes. I think I have 3-4 minutes more. This is Maya. Beautiful name, right? Maya and her community. So a chatbot, Maya. And the chatbot is actually saving 2.5 billion hours per year all over the world. Right, chatbots. But what I just want to tell you is, it is not the hour. I just want to tell you the experiences. When we chat with chatbots, the research saying that we feel like we are chatting with a human being until we get a wrong message. A message which you think that logically incorrect. until that the human being is thinking that they are actually dealing with a human being. What is the reason? The research output really shows that the male are more interested to chat with female chatbots because they feel that it is human. And in the other way, the research says that the females are interested to chat with a male chatbot. And they realize that the chatbot is a real technology. When we are getting the first wrong answer and asking that you are wrong and can you correct me, they will give the same answer again. In that point, we realize that we are actually dealing with a technology. All right, so you see that, and there is a particular term which we are using, academic research is called as CASA, computers as social actors. Computers are social actors. So that means that all the technology which we are using, that is actually having some kind of human touch. Human-like robots is the new things which we are actually going to face now. Like in the robot, in the reception, a Connie, it's a chatbot, but if you see that it is real, it appears like, its face looks like a human being. It talks to you like a human being, that is a language processing. And the third one is it will have emotions. So when you smile, it smiles. So that is the next thing. But you see that if you see such kind of robots in the hotel reception, you will have a different feelings like a simple robot in the hotel receptions as well. This is the challenge which the industry is going to face now. And this one I don't want to explain because the previous speakers clearly explained about human robot integration in the industry. That one day we have to work with robots, right? And all explanations, all research telling that one day we have to really work with robot. That is a human robot integration. Now we know that it is very difficult to deal with human beings now. Perhaps it is easy to deal with a robot. If you don't like a person, you can go to a robot to work in the future. There is an effect called as this is my last one or two slides. Uncanny valley effect. This is the answer for that. Every time we don't want the same way, right? There are possibilities that perhaps the research is challenging that sometimes the people want to come back to have the real experience. This is called as a uncanny valley effect. So that is the normal condition is that for an euphoric way that we will interact with technology, but one day sometimes the people want to say that you will see that here, this is the valley, uncanny valley. A future effects of that, on the top it is actually, everything is dealt with technology, but experience is telling that, research experience is telling that there is an uncanny valley where we want the real experience, where the people want the real experience. However, it is again telling that it will further beat by technology because still people want the technology in the future. So what is that? That kind of effects whether they're in tourism, right? That is the doomsday scenario. So just forget about that. That is actually technophobia. It was written technophobia. That is my old slide. There are places in different parts of the world, in Southeast Asia specifically, you are able to see digital detox holidays. Want to escape. I just want to say that your WhatsApp, if you're looking on that, when you have the first time in your WhatsApp, you sometimes read all the messages. But if you look on your WhatsApp now, you will see that how many 100 messages are there. That literally explaining you that how sometimes technology interface with your privacies. Right. That means that sometimes I don't want my phone, so I just want to escape. So there are so many holiday homes are coming in, particularly Indonesia, Vietnam and Thailand. They're called as digital black hole, digital detox holidays. So these kind of resorts, they don't allow your phone or your computer or any kind of digital technology that you just go and relax yourself. Perhaps the hoteliers, those who are sitting here, the leaders, they want sometimes, this kind of relaxation because working with stress, making decisions very fast, these are some of the important responsibilities of the people. All right, and now there is a no choice effect that, 3 months ago, I was in Kuala Lumpur International Airport. And I just went there. There is no one in the check-in counter, rather only technologies. I want to scan it. So you put your baggage over there. If your weight is correct, it will take. Otherwise, it won't. Then I asked that, can you please assist me for this time? They says that we can assist you, but you have to pay 30 ringgit for that. 30 ringgit for that. That means that there is no privilege further, that the technology, we have to go with technology. That means that is a no choice effect. That means the same thing I say is that the Nokia, the BlackBerry, that there was a no choice effect there, that they don't innovate properly, leading to the greater decline of the leading industry later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tony. Now, mention of Nokia and mention of BlackBerry. I didn't think I was that old, but clearly I am. But I do have a top-of-the-range Apple phone. So thank you. So you raised some very interesting points there around tech-based tourism. The COVID pandemic, I think, certainly did accelerate the adoption of contactless technologies in tourism. And I found your slides there on virtual reality very interesting. I do wonder, and this is perhaps a question for later, whether you think virtual reality will replace the desire for physical travel, or whether it will complement it. So I think that's something for you to think over, and the audience. Thank you. The robots, yes, fascinated by the robots. I can see that being my next husband, most definitely. They'll smile at me when I smile, and they'll do what I want. I want one of those. But thank you very much, Dr. Tony. I'm conscious of time, so I'd like to invite Mr. Rohit Hangal to present on the topic data-driven decision-making processes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think being the last speaker, I think there's a good and bad about it. The bad part is, of course, more or less speakers already spoken what you wanted to speak. The good part, we are closer to lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, things are changing, a lot of stuff happening around. Coming to think about food, I'd like to give you a small story. It's actually an incident that happened in Dubai about 6 months back. The scenario was this: the Dubai royal family decided to create a charity event wherein they invited 50 top chefs around the world to create a recipe. The recipe was supposed to be auctioned to the rest of the Dubai's elite, and the money, of course, goes to charity. So the chefs sent in the recipes to the adjudicators, and I said, everything looks nice, but just basis on looks, how will the restaurants or the royal family will buy the recipe? The recipe was supposed to be exclusive to that particular family and will be off the menu in most parts of the world. Well, it was decided, and eventually they brought in a team which specializes in blockchain and AI. They put, I think, about 50 odd bidders in a room, and the recipes were made in different parts of the world, and the aromas were simulated in one particular room in Dubai. And that is what the future is going to be with regard to personalization of smell. And I think they raised apparently close to 200,000 dirhams by the end of the day, and all recipes, every recipe was sold. And that is what stuff happens. Well, when I was talking about use of data, is another story I like to relate to you what happens. I think a lot of hotels around the world, hotels or travel companies, airlines, have actually forgotten the art of data mining. I mean, nobody takes it seriously anymore. There's so much of data available. But what makes an experience of a guest simply better is the small little details that goes into how a data can be used. Recently, I checked in a hotel in Chennai. It's called the Trident, of course, managed by the Oberoi Group. The grand old hotel has been there for the last 20 odd years, still considered a luxury product. And I was just about to check in. She asked me to sign a reg card. They don't use a reg card anymore. There's an iPad they put in my hand to sign. And I just signed, and she said, "Sir, would you like to have a copy of the Hindu and the Economic Times tomorrow morning in your paper?" I think that's what you had 6 years back when you stayed with us. Now, that took me by surprise. 6 years back, you have on your card saying that Rohit Hangal wants to read the Economic Times and the Hindu. I mean, this is what data it's a small bit of data. I mean, it's nothing very complicated. You don't need a multi-language algorithm to talk about it. This is what data eventually can help make your experience as a guest special and hotel really a luxury product. What are you going to do with data? So much data across the world. What is good data? What is bad data? Have data with you eventually will lead to creating a justification for your product or your service. Personalized customer experiences. I think I was talking about aromas. Aroma is also about for a hotel experience to be justified, you have to create an addiction. When a guest checks in, you're not selling the room, you're selling the bed. You're selling sleep, right? When you're talking about aroma is like your cigarettes. Cigarette manufacturer like ITC, they don't sell cigarettes, they sell addiction. That's what it is. Similarly, if you want a guest to come back to your hotel again and again, create an addiction. It's about creating a personalized aroma. You just think that he likes a specific kind of aroma. Well, you got a guest for a long, long time to come. What more can you do? How do guests book their hotels? I think there's a lot of tracking that can be done with regard to how to use data to track where the guests are booking their rooms, at what price point. I think especially now where revenue management drives a lot of businesses, always in a fight with the sales and operations to how to add value. A hotel operations team wants to add value to the guest experience. The revenue manager wants to add value to the bottom lines. Well, it's an opportunity what they can look in. AI can create a lot of activities that way. I think the personalization is the key. And how do you mine data? And for example, I'll give you a small incident. I think about 15 days back, me and my wife were just talking about trying to get a new termite spray. I saw some white powder on one of the furnitures. And within a matter of 5 minutes, my Facebook, Instagram, all selling me termite spray ads. A lot of termite spray ads. Who on earth sees a termite spray ad on your phone? I mean, unless you figure out a way to stop them from listening, and of course, you do your settings properly. I mean, the phone is a marketing venue, a marketing medium for you to sell various services that you want or may not want. But even now, you talk about a holiday, you suddenly see that you want to travel to a certain place, you suddenly see AI-generated ads being dropped in on your phone. I mean, that is real, and it is happening. Phones do listen. You're talking about metaverse. They not become multi-billionaires without having listened to your preferences. I think there's so much work happening on that particular space. This is where people talk about real-time data that comes into the business. There's so much more you can do with data. The moment you feed into a guest system, I think so much of data is available. A lot of hotels, a lot of travel companies, airlines do not go into the trouble of mining data, especially when you want to add value to your bottom lines and create experience which the guests will nourish. Especially guests, especially men, they like something familiar when they visit hotels, they stay in hotels. Women are more experiential, they want to try something different almost every time they want to go into another city. But for men, if you're targeting, make sure you create a familiar environment again and again and again. Use data to get your experiential product fine-tuned. I think, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's my short 10-minute speech. Have a wonderful day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Rohit. An interesting presentation there. Thank you for that, particularly around the use of data and data mining, and certainly the personalisation element to understand and anticipate changing customer behaviours and preferences can allow your organisation to stay ahead of your competitors. Of course, all of that comes with a caveat, and that's around that ethical consideration. We need to take into account when we are using customer data in decision making that we are using that for ethical purposes, and indeed that compliance with data privacy regulations are being adhered to. So thank you very much to our panel of guest speakers. It now moves us to the panel discussion, and we would like to ask the audience some questions as well for our panel speakers. But I would like to start off the questions because I've had recently 2 experiences of artificial intelligence. So I've been in a cafe in Libya where I was served my coffee and my pastry by a robot. I have been in San Francisco where I was in a taxi that was driverless. Now, for some of you, you might think that was fascinating, but not for me, because I like the personal touch. I like that engagement. So I always feel within hospitality, people will always be at the centre and forefront. So it leads me to ask a question of our panel. So please, one of you can take this question. Firstly, how do you believe that customers are responding to the increased use of automation in hospitality? And the second part to that, given that I'm old, do you think there is a generational divide in the acceptance of using these technologies? So our customers then, are they... So are customers responding to the increased use of automation, and do you think there's a generational divide in the acceptance of these technologies?
I think more and more people are getting familiar with the technology around them when they check into a hotel room, things like that, or when they visit a monument with audio phones, now much more prevalent than before. I think a lot of technology sometimes may kill the experience, especially if you're in a leisure destination. But if you're talking about business hotels, I think most hotels or most guests that come into hotels nowadays are happy to, if technology can make their visit much more efficient, I think why not?
Yeah. Excellent, thank you. Would anybody else like to make a response? Thanks.
I would add a different perspective to this. I mean, I agree in the terms of like which segment of hotel. But like I've seen people as a guest's point, I might use my technology that is available, but my mom doesn't use that. So different age factors factor into this. And obviously my son don't want to use any of the technology, I mean non-technical things. So anything for him is technology. So the era or the age factor is a very important factor for this. So as a technology provider, we have to consider all these factors, provide entire possibilities for a hotel to work with that.
Excellent, thank you.
I think when it comes to robotic technology in hospitality, I think it depends on the level that you're experiencing. So if you go to a 5-star hotel, I'm pretty sure you want that human touch. You want that personalised smile, well-trained, well-groomed staff to meet you. But if you're then going out to a McDonald's or whatever, and suddenly your food's delivered by a robot, I think it's quite novel and probably quite welcomed. And just talking about your taxi ride in San Francisco, statistically, that is real AI technology that is in use. It's not a gimmick. It's technology that works, and people have to get their heads around it. Governments have to get their heads around it. But statistically, those taxis are much safer, both from a accident avoidance, but also safety for passengers. I would be much preferable if my family, my wife, was in a taxi that didn't have a driver rather than an unknown Uber. So there's different technologies, and it's about to embrace. You have to embrace them.
Yeah, thank you, Gary.
So I just want to put an example on this. We all are able to manage technology. I want to book a room in a hotel, and maybe I'm using Make My Trip platform. right? And I am able to do that with my credit cards or debit cards and all. But who will be better to give better information? Our children? Because they are able to fetch this information faster than us, although we are able to do this. So, generation-wise, there are differences. Right.
Yeah, indeed, thank you.
Can I just add to this? I'll just give you a small incident that happened, I think a month back. I was in a hotel, a newly refurbished 5-star hotel, Chennai, and they came out with these heated WCs. And when you pass by it, the WC opens up. And it was a novelty at first, but suddenly you realize that every time you pass the bathroom, the WC pops up. It was so sensitive, and it became eerie to an extent. So I had to call them and ask them to shut it down. That's what technology can do sometimes.
Well, it would certainly annoy women, that, but yeah. So do we have any questions from the audience then? Because we've got many generations here, and we certainly have a younger generation, certainly up the back. And so, yeah, and of course the delegates, any questions at all for the panel?
Yes, Mike.
Thank you. I'm not very tech savvy. So this question to you or to anybody else, maybe Girish, what is the cost of integrating this in small organizations? Software cost of integrating AI. Is there any thumb rules, anything?
Yeah, actually, it depends. Like, see, if you are going into building your own LLM, which is actually, something that we call it as large language models in our technical terms. So large language models or small language models, which is the fundamental technology part that empowers the GPT or other AI parts. So if you are building one it's $1 billion business. That's why we have all the large companies powering the LLMs, but making use of LLM. So for example, now there are a lot of AI technologies that is available. I mean, licensed by Microsoft, licensed by Meta, or GPT. I mean, GPT is now part of Microsoft, but all these different large 5-6 companies, they have invested billions of dollars, build this, license companies like us to build technical solutions for industries. So what we do personally is learning the technology and the learning industry, merging these to get better impacts for the industry users. So if you plainly go and ask something, say for example, if I give some words for GPT doesn't understand because it doesn't have the sense, means it doesn't have the meaning related to the hospitality terms. So burnt, for example, burnt for a restaurant is something like the pizza base is burnt or the entire food is burnt. But burnt for a fire engine or fireman is something physically burnt. So that giving that value is our job as a technical person. So that part, once you, as a user, it's very, it charges per token basis. So what we add in the licensing part, most of the SaaS companies, one second. Sorry for that. Most of the SaaS companies will have a monthly subscription cost and a token-based pricing. Very simple. Typically, it comes maybe $2 to $3 per room per month. Maximum.
Another quick question, in the sense that I work with a lot of NGOs who work with street children and impart education to them. There are 40, 50 of them in Bangalore. Are you from Bangalore?
No, I'm from Kochi.
Okay. So my question to you is there a possibility, because I see that word sustainability there, and sustainability has 3 dimensions: planet, people, and profit, right? Yeah. And forget the profit part and forget the planet part, but the social part, that needs to be addressed. And can AI be used to fix some of those pain points?
Yes, training is one of the largest aspects AI can really help. So, I mean, imagine earlier hospitality companies used to bring in video presenters, training material, creating people. I mean, you spend lakhs and maybe more to create a training material for the industry. Right now, there are tools that help you create videos. I mean, you need to help with your content, and then there is a little bit of tweaking needed. But consider, like, you want to show a video how the room is cleaned. What we use the traditional way, we bring in the actors, we bring in the producers, we bring in the videographers and create the video. It's like about maybe 4-5 lakh rupees per video, maybe for a few minutes. Here in this, you use video editing tools and video generations tools. You create a script which actually, even you can create script from the SOP that is uploaded. So you upload your SOP and then the script is generated, and then you take some photographs of your rooms and then maybe your housekeepers and give this to the video generation tool. And that creates, and your cost is maybe few thousand rupees.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, time is running away and we're keeping you away from lunch. So I would like to invite Gary McLean up to provide the conclusions from this panel session. Thank you.
I don't know about yous. I'm saying I don't know about yous, but I learned a lot there. And what I've now got is I can blame AI for my terrible taste in music, which is brilliant because everyone complains, so I can blame someone else. But I think the takeaways for me, there was a lot of them. The human element is running right through this whole morning. You know, the word, I've never heard the word human spoken so much, and we're at an AI conference where everyone's thinking we're going to be replaced. You know, so I think we've laid to rest the fear of losing jobs. But it was quite interesting, I can't remember what speaker said it earlier, that the people who are going to lose their jobs are the ones that don't get on board. So technophobia has to be out the window. And it was nice to hear about Blackberries. I gave up my Blackberry kicking and screaming because I didn't think anything was better. It did everything I wanted. And I often think of that when I moved on to a proper phone. And I'm thinking the exact same thing now when it comes to AI. So, thank you.
Thank you, Chef. As a token of appreciation, I'd like to present Dr. Tony K. Thomas and Rohit Hangal with mementos and certificates. I invite our principal to present it too. Firstly, we presented Dr. Tony K. Thomas. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Rohit Hangal. Thank you, sir. Please note that we'll be dispersing for lunch. All the paper presentations will be happening post-lunch in room number 209. 209, second floor. You'll be escorted there. Please be present post-lunch. Panelists will also be present, please. And lunch is served in SJIHMCT. Participants, your lunch is served in ground floor. Please follow our escort, Mr. Allen. Participants, please follow him. He'll be escorting you to the basic training restaurants. And for the resource persons, it will be in the fine dining restaurant in the first floor. Mr. Alan Suji will be escorting you. Thank you. Lunch. The transportation is arranged outside. Please, there's a bus arranged for you outside. Please follow them. Please report back by 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Excuse me, I request all the guests to be seated as soon as possible. We have a session. Thank you. So as we discussed prior to the lunch, we will be splitting the group. So for the paper presentation, we will have the paper presentation in room number 209. Diana, simultaneously along with the session, the second session, Diana will read out the names of the participants who are presenting their papers.
Anu Tom, second year St. Joseph Business School, St. Joseph's College of Engineering and Technology, Pala, Kerala. Please report to the mic point when I announce your name. Dr. Sherry Abraham, Pondicherry University. Dr. Goldie Puri, IHTM, Rohtak. Tamil Selvan, BSc, Department of Catering Science and Hotel Management, Nehru Arts and Science College. Dr. Tahir Sufi, Department of Tourism, School of Business and Economics, Universidad de las Americas. Jyoti Joseph, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph's Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology, Palai. Pranav Krishna, CMS College, Kottayam. R. Rajan, Assistant Professor, Department of Catering Science and Hotel Management. Atul Vijay, St. Joseph's Institute of Hotel Management and Catering Technology. Ebi Lopez, Assistant Professor, St. Joseph's of Catering Technology. Please report to 209. Please follow our escort.
So we have Mr. Don Jacob, who will be your escort to room number 209. This is Don. All the participants, please follow him along with the panelists, which I'll repeat their names. So Mr. Girish Prabhu, Chef Gary McLean, Dr. Tony K. Thomas, Mr. Rohit Hangal, and also the moderator, Ms. Carla Gedin. I request all to, yeah, they've already left. So all the presenters, please go along with Mr. Don. Thank you. So now we have a partner presentation from Cast Elementary. I invite Mr. Sunny Menon to the stage. Both of you.
Right. Then this morning was buongiorno, buon pomeriggio, good afternoon, boys and boys, good afternoon everybody. As I promised, we are going to show who is Cast Alimenti, not just a short presentation. Then I let Mr. Sunny Menon to speak about it. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie, Vittorio. Boys and girls, very good afternoon. I'm sure really you all had a wonderful meal. And if you're getting annoyed, please stay with me for next 10 minutes. That's your precious time I'll be asking you. And we are going to talk about a great, wonderful group and an opportunity you have through this St. Joseph College. It's something first time happening, I believe, in Kerala on such a great scale where people from all over the country is coming. Thank you, Sherry Kurian, and thank you for the management of the college. They are giving us this opportunity to be with you. Many of you guys from the hospitality division, definitely you know our faces. Chef Armando and Chef Mario. You have been with us, a wonderful team for last 3 days? So thank you very much for all we had with you guys. Now this is a group, and this is a wonderful, great group, and we talk about made in Italy. You all guys knows Italy is famous for fine arts. And this group of Plena Education is a vital, important group in Italy who talks about only the fine arts. If you will see, we start with the University of Fine Arts, which is based in Rome. We talk about design, that's made in Italy. We are very good in it, and that's based in Milan. We talk about fashion, and we talk about San Luis College, which is music, and I'm sure music lyrics of Italians are very famous. And in the fine arts comes the cast alimenti. Culinary is an art. Pastry is an art. Food service is an art. And being a hospitality person is really an art. And the biggest demand of the person today in every segment, from corporates to everywhere, is about the hospitality person. So please embrace this career, which is not only for the hospitality industry, it's for every industry. I have said even previously when I was addressing you, this creates a wonderful attitude, and that attitude makes you a wonderful career. So please, do not forget this word, attitude. It's going to really make you a ladies or gentleman. What do we do in Castellimenti? We have a wonderful location, a location which is in Brescia, and is in Italy. And where is Brescia? It's a 1 hour drive to Milan and 1.5 drive to Venice. So we have a great location. A college which is having a 25 years of lifespan, so we really know what we are talking about on Italian culinary. All are great chefs. They are not teachers, they are mentors. There's a word different because they share their experience of day by day what they do in their own restaurants, from Michelin star restaurants to anything. So the knowledge is being given to you, the latest. The real knowledge you're gaining from the people who drive you for the last 4 months. They're in that programs of advanced level, and from there you start your career. We teach all the fine arts on the culinary part, everything on the pastry parts, and we have come up with a great programs of Bachelor of Degree. This is going to be a milestone for us after many, many years to start a degree program on our food hospitality. We run diploma programs which are a length of maximum 1 year. Your criteria of selection is that you should have an hospitality background. And we go into the culinary, we go into the pastry, and we go into the gastronomy, plus fine dining hospitality service. We run the certificate programs, which are very short programs of 4 weeks to 6 weeks, on pizza, gelato, pasta, and these are the really, we call it DOC, the DOC, made in Italy. I'm sure you guys move around, you eat pizza and pasta, but Italy is not only about pizza and pasta. So that was a very quick way to tell you what we do, where we are based, and if you guys are curious, please go to our website. I'll conclude with a very short video of our college, and after that, thank you and ciao ciao. That is AI, actually. I'll say technical issues, so that's okay.
SJIHMCT, the cooking school and the craft of taste. Here, excellence has been practiced and taught for over 26 years.
Formazione, ricerca e innovazione.
In modo da ricoprire tutta la glassa, professionalità,
Passione,
impegno e rigore, talento,
High-level pasta maker training, a right mix of skills, a profession with a long tradition deeply linked to Made in Italy. High chef training, skills, technique, sustainability, and above all, an immense amount of passion and dedication. A course to obtain role competence within a brigade. High-level chocolate maker training. An ancient profession, but still fascinating today, thanks to new processing and production techniques. Advanced ice cream training. The Italian artisanal tradition of gelato. An innovative and highly practical path. Extensive pastry training, hands-on experience, passion for modernity, manual and practical skills, mastery of professional techniques, and efficient work organization. High-level training for pastry chefs in the restaurant and hotel industry. A professional in the restaurant and hospitality industry, ensuring a superior quality service. Pizza chef training. Secrets and technique of Italian pizza making excellence. A mastery given by knowledge, attention, and wisdom. High training for coffee makers and bartenders. Breakfast, coffee, aperitif, and mixology. Techniques and trends. Baker with advanced training. An art that combines tradition and innovation. Tech and practical knowledge, top professionalism.
Orgogliosi di essere
cuoco,
pasticcere, pastaio,
pizzaiolo,
gelatiere,
panificatore,
barman caffettiere,
cioccolatiere.
So, that was us, and a little piece of advice. You guys are really the best generation. You have a great technology, so never stop being curious. And that's, I will request you, please, keep on getting the knowledge is endless, whole our life. We have never stopped yet, us. I'm sure you will not do the same. Take this whole beautiful India to a great place. You have a great opportunity. Use it. And I hope to see you all guys one day in Italy. So, arrivederci, ciao ciao, bye-bye. Thank you.
So now we move on to the second session of the conference. The sub-theme for this session is Enhancing Guest Experience. The moderator for this session is Ms. Andrea Mata. I welcome you, ma'am, onto the dais.
The panelists for this session are the chairperson, Mr. Mukut Chakravarti, Mr. Sharavanan D, and Mr. Fino Babu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I said good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. That's a kind of response I like. I know it's the afternoon and all of you had an excellent lunch. I know I did. Did you have a good lunch? I want to know that you're awake. Good. So the session that we're going to be talking about today is about enhancing guest experiences. And with us to talk about guest experiences, we have chairing the session Mr. Mukut Chakravarti, right? We have Mr. Saravandi and Mr. Fino Babu, all of them with enormous experience that they're going to share with you. So without further ado, I'm going to ask Mr. Chakravarti to come and talk about revolutionizing hospitality with custom GPTs. Yes? Okay. You can do better than that. Come on. Thank you. Yes. Donna is running the slides.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, I'm glad everybody's had a good lunch, and I hope to make sure that you guys don't go to sleep. Yeah. Well, you know, I thought I'd bring together three aspects of it, of technology. Number one, as they say, a hotel's all about location, location, location. Number two is pre-trained GPTs, right? Pre-trained generative output that hotels can use in building automations at the next level, right? And the third one is, at the end of the day, we're a brick and mortar business. So how do you actually connect brick and mortar with data and information using information technology? But before anything else, I'm going to actually start out with a story, on how this actually impacts guest experiences. I live in Bangalore. We have 3 pets at home, and Sundays mean a lot to us. It's a no cooking day. Nobody cooks at home. There's no help at home. And, we go out for lunch. But we have 3 pets. So finding a place to lunch is a task. Usually what we do is we go to, Google Maps, pet-friendly places near me. If there's anything interesting, we drop by. And so there was this place, it was Good Earth, and rave reviews, vegetarian food, but rave reviews, and we said we'll give it a go. We went to the restaurant, and said pet friendly. They said yes. I said, thank you very much, where can we sit? And we were at the entrance, and that's where they gave us the seat, right there. So that was tokenism, right? It evidently wasn't a pet-friendly place. They force-fitted that annexure, that table, there to accommodate a need. I live in Whitefield, Bangalore, which is, where we have an apartment complex, about 3,500 apartments in one 85-acre complex, and about 500 apartments have pets there. So clearly, Whitefield is a pet market. Now you might want to ask me, what does, one sec, let me see how that moves forward. Don't seem to be. Oh, I want to get just this next slide. Is that next slide coming? Okay. Yeah, so what does this all have to do with, do you mind, Donnie? So what does this all have to do with AI? And here I've reflected on the three aspects of AI here. One is GIS, which is spatial recognition. Spatial recognition means it's absorbing different information layers. The fact that there are pet-friendly families, for example, in the vicinity of an area is spatial information. The fact that there is a lack of pet-friendly restaurants in the area is also information that's picked up in GIS, that's spatial information. GPS is that I live in 560048, my PIN code. So my users at Centroid, that's GPS, my exact location. Remote sensing is what is satellite imagery. So it's telling you what that means in terms of weather, in terms of soil, in terms of construction, in terms of urban planning, what is possible in eastern part of Bangalore. And the tools are what you and I use to interact with geospatial information. So when you actually log into your mobile app and you take a hotel app and you say, allow, you've just given them permission to understand all aspects of the three. Your GPS, how you're moving around your touch points, where do you typically stop, what days of the week you spend where. Are you somebody that goes to a pet-friendly restaurant? Yes or no? Are you a spa person? Are you an Ayurveda person? Are you a vegetarian? Are you non-vegetarian? All that is possible if you have given your hotel app consent. They're not spying on you. You've just given them consent for them to know who you are at a macro level, because it's picking up from GIS in relation to the context of where you are, your GPS. Now, imagine this, and how does custom GPT pick up on all of this, right? Now, if you look at it, let's move to the next slide. So custom GPT is basically GPT that's pre-trained on a data set. I was chatting with Instio, with Girish a moment ago for lunch. Fact is that, so how do I'm in business development, right? So what I do, the first thing I do when I get an asset is I enter the PIN code in a custom GPT, which is a locational analyzer. I look at rainfall, I look at urban planning nearby, I look at corporate density, I look at traffic on the road outside, how wide is the road? That's the map, but I also look at how much traffic's moving in there. And I probably also look at the neighboring hotel to see how much traffic they've gotten, right? All that's possible because I'm using a locations analyzer, GPT. And then I take that floor plan of that architect and I put it into an architecture GPT. That's meant for architects, right? And then I take the term sheet and I put it into lawyer's GPT. So a GPT is pre-trained on a data set that's allowing you to distill information without you having to specifically speak that language. I think someone mentioned it here as well, right? It's about language. You know, if you're in Salesforce Marketing Cloud, you can make out, right? When you're talking to a Salesforce Marketing Cloud guy, he's going to speak Salesforce Marketing Cloud language. Event trigger, whatever is that, right? But a Salesforce guy knows what an event trigger is. So pre-trained GPTs are important. And do you see the context of hyper-personalized? So the thing is, when I'm building an asset, I know for now that there is a need for pets, and I'm going to genuinely, and I know that, you know, people who like pets also like venues that make place for pets, and therefore I'm going to give it a real place, a real menu. That's hyper-personalized to that person. And that information is dynamically being enriched as opposed to a CRM. The old CRMs had, you know, Google has UID, a unique ID number. That UID is picking up information and appending it to your customer, your CRM number. But now what's happening is information that you're not inputting deliberately is being picked up by collected, should I say, progressive information. Progressive information, not because you've punched it in, but progressive because it's picked up from connected devices about who you are and enriching that CRM profile. Now I know the arrival list, knowing he's a pet guy, he likes to lunch on Sundays, he's okay with vegetarian food, it's no problem, right? But he does want something authentic. He's not going to spend an hour in a place if it's not authentic. So the point I'm trying to make is it's the next level of CRM. So if you see that that's a CR, that's an actual, it's from make.com. You see that screenshot at the bottom? That's a make.com screenshot. So that is an exact movement of email. So you have emails and you have autoresponders, right? So I drop you an email and I say, normally what's a transactional email? You swipe your debit card and you get an autoresponder. What if I could program my emails with placeholders, leaving maybe a 50-character open text box, and I define what typically the probability of a response based on 50 open text characters. Now I'm scaling email. I'm scaling email. I'm not scaling email saying check in, check out, give me value. I'm scaling open text, free text email. That is automation. That is generative automation. Being able to read like a human being, being able to derive meaning from free text, and then being able to respond to that. And this, so what they call here, this is simple 3-step scenarios. You can, on make.com, you can have complex scenarios. Complex if-then scenarios. If XYZ, then YZ, W, forever. So you have scenario buildings that you can build. And let's go to the next slide. What you see here at the bottom is an information chart that goes from request for receiving information to punching it in a CRM. In this case, it's Google Sheets, the most rudimentary CRM that you could use, to the third point, which is able to actually take multiple unstructured data, right? Because when you're feeding an information like a human being, you don't feed an information linear, 1, 2, 3, 4, no. We're feeding information intuitively in massive loads to each other, right? They're able to, this is what it's doing, is it's breaking down all of that into saying workflow 1, workflow 2, workflow 3, workflow 4, workflow 5, and working them in parallel, right? So putting it back on the Google Sheet, and then generating, so this is a Reddit scraper. So what it's doing is basically, it's going through conversations on Reddit and finding out what the content required is, and then storing that content on Google Drive, creating a content calendar, and then the GPT is allowing you to post the content on demand on different social media platforms. Yeah, well, so we talked about we talked about staffing needs. Now, this is a big one. And I was in ITB Berlin last year, 100-room hotel, 5 staff members in a 100-room hotel. How many do we have? 100. What's the minimum wage in the US for an F&B staff? Almost $20,000. What do we pay minimum wage here? $3,000. What was the minimum wage 15 years ago? $2,800. I mean, what we would pay. So the thing is that the rupee is depreciating vis-a-vis the dollar. Rates are not growing because the rupee is depreciating. It's offsetting all of that. Real estate is becoming more expensive. Staffing equations are not changing, 100 people to 100 rooms. Not really changing. Some people are changing, but it's basically 100 people to 100 rooms. Maybe Bloom's now come up at 0.3. Some of them are at 0.6. The fact is, if we're not going to embrace automation, if we're not going to embrace technology, you're going to land up with non-performing assets. Banks are going to take the hotels away. You're not going to be able to pay the interest on loan. So that's already happened. Now that situation's momentarily changed, but the hotels still don't have cash. They don't have enough cash to survive another one. So if we're not going to embrace automation, what will happen when you embrace automation? For starters, people who can use automation are going to get paid more. So you're going to get fair wage. You're going to have lower staffing levels, but you're going to get fair wage. Because a lot of the administrative stuff, like Instio said, like Girish said, is taken care of by automation. So you're really, really adding human value and adding value. You're not just assimilating stuff, right? So let's move on to the next one. Forecasting maintenance requirements, staffing levels, revenue management. Revenue management, how does it make sense? Have you seen how revenue management pricing works? 4 categories, everything goes up in one shot. How does that even make sense? I'm looking for a room facing, I'm looking for a pet-friendly room. I'm willing to pay twice if you're going to give me a pet-friendly room. Where's that thread of need caught in your Hyatt guest room or your standard room? Or it's not there. Because you're not connected to the Google Search Console, to the web query. And therefore, your rooms are not dynamically priced to natural language processing. Natural language has to connect with digital data for you to, and that's why the Hiltons come up with ancillary based pricing. But they're limited by legacy systems. Legacy systems don't understand. The fact is, the generation above is not willing to understand. They want to treat it as a real estate business. If you're going to treat this as a real estate business and not as an experiential business, if you're not going to embrace digital as part of your asset management strategy, then things are not going to change. And that's the change that we're looking to make through these conferences, through speakers, through IT and change makers, that this has to be embraced. Let's move to the next one, and I think we'll be more or less done. energy, Niranjan was telling me about sustainability. Fact is, consumers are sensitive. They want to conserve water. They want to be conscious. We save all the water from our water filter and we pour it back to plants. Why do we do that at home? Everybody is conscious of the fact that the planet is depleting. So if we're not going to be able to give them some of that, if we're not going to resonate with their value systems, it's possible today. Like I said, geospatial planning, urban planning, understanding how we can use energy. What about the case that Rohit talked about, that WC flipping up and back and forth? That's just waste. So if you're going to do it for the sake of it, it's not going to happen. You have to really, really use it nuanced. It's in, as they say, the God is in the details. It has to be nuanced enough for you to actually deliver it, to drive that thing. So, yeah, let's move to the next one. Yeah, we talked about machine learning. I think this is all part of the components. Machine learning, natural language processing. Multimodal is critical. Multimodal is where really it tips over to human being, right? Because we're about sight and sound. Sight and sound. So I think multimodal is going to be where you really, that's the kicker, where you're actually going to be, GPT has been around actually before 2019. And if you look at BERT, Google introduced BERT and natural language processing. You remember that? You type a little bit and the rest of the sentence comes through. That's when Google actually introduced natural language processing. It started way back, not 2020. It's just that ChatGPT tipped over. Imagine multimodal kicking in like that. That's going to change. Let's move. And we've talked about generative AI. It's not assimilative, it's value creation. We talked about sensors and devices because, all of this, end of the day, the fact is that if your HVAC system is not going to be connected, HVAC is 20% of your energy cost. Your water chillers, your fundamental cooling systems, if that's not going to be leveraging data from the weather forecast and it's not able to understand what's saving energy, you're losing money on energy. That's 20% of a hotel operating cost, right? So I think there's analytics. We talked about the analytics is tremendous today. Google, for example, today has started a concept called smart bidding. That means you tell me your ROAS. Do you want an 8x ROAS? You want a 10x ROAS? You want a 14x ROAS? You want a 2x ROAS? Give me the value, your input value. Tell me how many dollars you want to put on the table, and I'll tell you, and you tell me the ROAS you want, and I'll give you that. So today, they're integrating probability into data analytics prediction and automation. All right, let's go to the next slide. What do we need? I know for a fact that I spent some time with Tash, and Tash done a lot of work with data lakes. The thing about data lakes is that it's not relatable databases. It's unstructured data. And ChatGPT can make sense of unstructured free text data, which means it doesn't have to be necessarily in columns and rows. In some sense, if you're able to make sense of that, it can read and structure. Punch your profit and loss sheet into an AI finance tool, and it will correct the merging and demerging and correct the formatting for you till it tries to get your result. So it's able to read big data and make sense of it. Next one. Oh yeah, and the last point, it's an API business world, and I was talking to Girish about that as well. The point is there are legacy systems. Legacy systems will exist. It's the middleware that's critical now. So foundational AI is built, and there's no doubt that we can't build foundational AI. That's going to be Microsoft, Google's of the world. That's big tech, big computing. What we can do is build verticalized solutions, and we need APIs that connect to these verticalized solutions so that we can connect the data from legacy system into generative AI through an API business model. Next slide. We've done some of this. we've certainly seen a lot of this come through. Predictive maintenance, personalized experiences, we talked about that. Next slide, please. We've talked about this as well. And I think the point is your data secure? It is. And what does blockchain do? Blockchain is when they basically democratize your data. Everybody's got that data in different places. So it's not that one person, you don't control that code in one person and one resource. You can't spill it. You can't just siphon it off. Number one. Number two, it's coded. It's scrambled. We talked about intelligent loyalty programs. The thing is, you don't need to be a Marriott to be a big winner on loyalty. Because if I know what you want, I used to work in Whitefield, and there was an American guest and there was a European guest. So the American guest clearly said, Mukut, discounts matter. The European guest said, when in India, do as Romans do. So you see, the fact is that he's not a point-based guy. He's looking at experiences. And if you're able to give him what he wants, that's one-to-one personalized experiences. It's not loyalty program in its traditional redemption, cash, value-based. And even if it were, you have systems that are more open loyalty programs like crypto coins that are coming in that you can reward with. Let's move on. Sorry, but I think that's the last slide. Let's go to the next slide. Well, thank you very much, and I hope I was able to sort of drive a few messages, and I hope you enjoyed. I'm really looking forward to what my colleagues have to say.
So I was desperately taking notes there because it was a lot to take in. For someone from my generation, technology can seem a little daunting, and I want to share, a little story that someone who teaches data science gave me. And she says, look at data as information, bits of information. It could be everyone's name. But she gave me this lovely analogy where she looked at a box of Lego. Have all of you seen Lego bricks? You know, these plastic bricks? Yeah, all of you have seen Lego. And Lego by itself is just Lego. And we can sort it in many different ways. We can sort it according to color, we can sort it according to size, or we can sort it according to function, right? And that is just sorting. But then Lego does something else. It can harness your imagination, and you can use it to make a house. You can use it to carry things around in like a truck, or you can tell a story with this. And this is why data science and AI and the use of harnessing information is so very important to all of you right now. So I don't know if I made it easier or more complicated, but Mukut, that was a very interesting session. To summarize, you talked about geospatial tools, you talked about personalizing guest services and the benefits of personalizing these guest services. We talked about sustainability and how we can harness sustainability through AI practices and harnessing certain tools, right? And finally, we talked about the future of hospitality, right? And then you realized that your 10 minutes was up. Right. All right. Thank you so much. So moving on, we're going to invite Mr. Saravana D to come. He is Mr. Saravana is the area manager South for the ITC Fortune Hotels, and he is going to talk about the personalization in hospitality. All right? Welcome, sir.
How do we do that? Okay. Good afternoon. Chetas, all are sleeping or you're on? Okay, I know there's a lot of information Mukut has given. Sometimes I told him before the presentation, I said, you're going to give all the information, I'm going to give the story. Okay? I'm going to make his technology into a story, and I'm going to give you an experience with 2 hotels, which I have experienced. I think you all have to wake up and see how AI can change a room experience in any hotel. I was to Maldives. We booked at Hilton Hotel. I think we were from the airport. We took a ferry, reaching the hotel, and the general manager, the reception called up and said, "This is an app. Download it." And the moment you get into the reception, first thing what you have to do is download the app. Then I said, "No, I have an honors program." Then they said, "Open it, check in." That the journey started so peacefully. Whatever you are reading in books today, in the college, nothing exists there. That is what the technology is all about. We managed the entire 7-day stay in the app. We went, our room was allotted because we were 3 of us. So it was there it's already an extra bed because I already given a preference. And the room temperature was set the moment we landed in the room. Then it asked, "Would you like to have some wine or a whiskey?" I said, "Whiskey." Everything came to the room. And believe it, every 7 days they took all my money out just because of the app. Every day they're sending me a recommendation of a new single malt. That's what is happening, right? And my daughter, she was asking something, and again, that is what's coming. And my wife, she wanted a massage, a spa was arranged. So they really took, but end of the day, the stay was so comfortable because there is no human interference in it. People are there, so I am not there to going to complain. I'm going to, see, I'll tell you one thing. Prime Minister said AI is called American India. Mukut said it's artificial intelligence. I am telling it's almost intelligent. That's it. We are going to make it better. We will train this technology to work for us. And as hoteliers, it is always a tough. See, I was just talking to some students. He said, "Sir, every time I go there, I work for 18 hours, 14 hours. I didn't like it." This AI is going to make our life more comfortable. We are going to be more professionally. We will utilize this technology and make the services better. I think that's a preamble which I can give you. So whatever you hear, NLP, what Mukut was saying, it's just what you talk in your phone, right? You click it and there is a mic there, you click it and you talk to them and that recognize and get into you. The same thing which happens in the rooms. So that is what, it's a simplified form, okay? The second part of the story is, I again went back, I stayed at Hilton at Dubai. When I entered into Dubai Hilton Hotel, everything was registered. My whiskey was recommended, spa was recommended, what temperature we keep the room, 23, it's been maintained well. So it's actually, I'll tell you one thing. I was telling my wife, I think the hotelier, I think I would love to work in these sort of hotels because my pressure is very less. My guests are not shouting because everything in his palm, right? He handles the entire thing. Don't you like to work in a hotel like that, or you want to work in a regular Indian hotel? I need an answer, sir. Students, you need to talk because this is a great program. This is not happening in Bangalore. For the catering colleges, I think your principal is great. He is brought in all the top guys. And when we came here, I found the professor where when I was in the college, I don't stand near the professor. Today I see the professor there. The best brains have come. I think it's good for you to have a principal like him. He has brought the entire India here, right? So I think the credit goes to him. So this is what a principal can do, but what you need to do is how to use an AI, how to work peacefully in the hotels. This is going to be really changing. And guys, and you are gifted. You have not gone through all the trouble times what we had, right? You are going to have the technology work for you. Technology is going to be a servant to you, and you will serve, you will maintain it so that the guest is happy about it. So now I will also go through some 4 or 5 slides. I will try to make it a little shorter. Okay, I think this is what we spoke about it. This is a tailored experience. Tailored experience is which I told you is, we did little scuba diving. So everywhere, all these experiences have been tailored as per the age, what age you belong, whether your children are this age. So everything is recommended in it comes in both the app and also in the TV in the room. So it happens like that. Then we move on to so I'm satisfied. I'm going to be loyal to Hilton, at least wherever I travel, though I work for ITC, but when I go out, because ITC we have just started, we are more into loyalty programs, we are trying to understand what the guest wants it, but Hilton is way ahead of this worldwide. So we need to accept that. We are in a traditional hospitality, but we now, as a company, we need to bring in this technology to help my associates working along with me to have a happier working life. So again, I'm doing the positive data. This gives, for example, if I go to Marriott, I know there are some of my industrial professionals are there from Marriott, but I didn't even think Marriott wherever I went because Hilton gave me an excellent experience with me, right? So this is where their competitive advantage, you move forward. And I think they got lifetime. I'm going to stay with them because my family is happy about the whole experience. So this, I think Mukut covered quite a lot. With regard to customer profiles, yes, now Hilton keeps sending me every day. I also know how many times I make a holiday in a year. I make 2 times. So they are exactly sending me on April when the school closes, and exactly they're sending me something in December. So they know this is my holiday preferences, right? So I keep, whether I go or not, but I keep getting it. And believe it, I live in Bangalore. I stayed at Maneta Hilton, which is just next to my house. Just because these guys were sending me so many things, I got fed up. I said, let me go Hilton at least one Saturday, Sunday, went and stayed and came. Right? But that is the influence what technology can make. I don't know, but it's a good example should I give or not. Sometimes when you go to a good shop, right, they identify you what you want. The local kirana shop, the local shop, they know what you want, they exactly take it and give it. This is what is called tailored experiences, what we do in hotels. They recognize the guest who walks in because this number is more, so they use a technology to track it and bring the best tailored services to the guest. Smart room features. Smart room features is something which your temperature is maintained. They understand the channels what you watch. They exactly give you the channels what you watch. And they know when I order a room service, they know I take a coffee without a sugar. So this is all tailor-made. So we don't need to make a mistakes. Actually, it helps the hoteliers. I wish I work in a hotel like this as a general manager, but with all this technology, because it makes easier. So I think from morning we are talking about artificial intelligence not going to replace human. That is 100% right, because it is going to help human. We might perform better. I would say we might perform better. That is my conclusion on that. Virtual assistants. I think virtual assistants is something which we use it more for chatbots. For example, you go to any movie theater, bus theater, or any channel, any website you go, there is a small pop-up comes. It helps you out. Same thing happens in the hotels. Usually when we make a reservation, what we do is we go to the website and find out what is there. So there is a small chatbot which comes in and asks them what you want to do in the city. So it advises you. Today nobody plans. I know there were times where we used to go to a travel agent, we sit, discuss with them what we want to do. But today you have to just book a hotel company. In the website, they give all the advices, whatever we need to do it. In fact, recently in my hotels, we have given an app called Goyana. This app, what it does is you have to just enter your requirements. It shows what all you can do nearby the hotel. Whether you need to eat, whether you need to drink, you need to go to a temple, everything is there. So this technology has helped us to move forward and serve the guests better. I know in Europe it was really a big one. It's called GDPR, where your data, for example, today in most of our hotels we don't collect Aadhaar card because it's a data privacy, right? So we try to get in some other photo ID card. So in AI, what advantage is there's a lot of data happens and you mine it, you got a lot of into it, but at the end of the day, we need to inform the guest that we are not misusing his data, because data is a big oil. As per Reliance, data is going to be a big oil. That's what Geo is also talking about it. So we should ensure that we maintain that data privacy. Okay. So what is this real-time personalization, which Mukut also spoke about it? Real-time personalization is nothing but if a guest gets into the room and he orders a vegetarian food for one time, so his suggestion is going to be more on a vegetarian. If he orders in a whiskey, for example, I told you, I wanted to just order one day whiskey, but my 7 days I had a whiskey in the whole trip. And it's a smarter way when you travel with the family, when the whiskey comes automatically. Otherwise, your wife tells you are ordering whiskey all the time. You come here to drink. But see, one is hotel is making me happy, and second one is they're also making money, right? So it actually simplifies your holiday. You are going for a holiday or you are going for a business. Everything is set there. So that is something, one example which I thought I should give you. Industry example, I think we spoke about it quite a lot. So Hilton stands above all the brands, at least with regard to my family. It's all, because more you use the technology, it's good. See how your principal has done this. I think it's out of the book syllabus you has brought us, all of us here, sir. Yeah. So this is something which I think he is exposing you all. My only suggestion is you can use ChatGPT, you can use Google, but kindly start learning it. Okay? So I remember when we started working in hotels, we hardly had one vacuum cleaner, right? The outer area was broomed by brooms, right? Then it became into a vacuum cleaner now. Now it's all automatic cleaning is happening. So it actually enhances our lifestyle. So please learn. I think more than we learning artificial intelligence, we should know how to use it. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saravan. And moving on, we're going to invite Mr. Fino to come and talk about enhanced guest experiences using AI.
Dignitaries, industry experts, brilliant team of SJIHMCT, my dear students, the future of hospitality, thank you for choosing hospitality. There are two confessions I want to make. One, I'm no expert in AI or technology. Two, it was not only James who was busy with ChatGPT for the last 24 hours. I was one of them. In fact, I was wondering why Dr. Kurian wanted me in the other side of the auditorium, unless he wanted to put me on a spot, because what I do is I manage hotels. I operate hotels. I've been doing it for 25 years. And the last person I ever wanted to have a good conversation is my IT manager, because of the jargons he uses. But in the last 3 hours we spent in this hall, and while listening to the distinguished speakers, one thing I understand, no, we are not talking about future here. We are talking about the present, the very present we are living in. Allow a minute. Yesterday, I was talking with Donna, a very helpful young lady, because she put a message saying that if there is any presentations, you need to post it in the group. So I immediately called her. I asked her, Donna, is it mandatory? So she said, no, Fino, it is only a choice. I said, okay, I made my choice. And here I am. So, when I'm telling you this is the present, because whatever the speakers were talking about, we've been doing it for a while now. The brand I represent is Holiday Inn. And while I'm looking back, I believe the history of Holiday Inn have a lot to do with how technology evolved in the hospitality industry. It was in 1952, the first Holiday Inn came to existence in Tennessee. Now remember, that was an age where reservation was done on a large dairy, someone sitting in the reception, and if you have a booking, you will note it down and hand out the keys. Now, it took another 13 years for that brand to come with a centralized reservation. That was the first brand in the world, Holiday Inn, come with a centralized reservation in 1965. And after 2 years, no, in the same year, in fact, there was a toll-free number came, something which we use for a long time now. Then the online reservations comes. In 1965, one more thing happened is the Holidex, which was state-of-the-art at that point of time, the reservation engine, which became the benchmark for the industry for many other brands, came into existence. Now that is the past. Now let me talk about the present. It was around 6 years back, Concerto, the new reservation engine, came in IG. Now, what does Concerto do? State-of-the-art reservation engine. It also gives those daily reports, which is called the detailed arrival sheet, which tell you exactly who is going to check in today and how many times that guest has stayed in any of the IG hotels, what are the preferences, when was the last time he had a meal at IG hotels, and what was that meal, how he liked it, what are the feedbacks he given, what is the negative feedback he given, what is his room preference, every aspect of that guest. And we were enjoying it, believe me. Because there was a lot of information, very helpful information. I thought this is the end. Then around 5 years back, the new state-of-the-art Wi-Fi system came into existence, IG Connect. Now what does IG Connect does? One, it gives a very secure Wi-Fi experience for the guest as well as for the admin, that for the internal team. That if you're an IG member and if you have an app in your mobile, that you walk into a hotel, you don't have to put that room number and last name to log into your Wi-Fi. Oh, that's a very tiresome experience for many guests. Because if you're a frequent traveler, you get confused with the room numbers, too many room numbers. You will get automatically logged into the Wi-Fi as soon as you come into the hotel. That's not it. As one of the speakers was mentioning, the geo-tagging, that you go to a new city, you will exactly get to know that, which are the hotels belongs to IAG, or if there is a Holiday Inn. And if your favorite food is maybe Italian food, it will exactly tell you that which is the Italian restaurant. No, it will even give you a notification that you can enjoy a 30% discount. No, that's not it. It will also give you that golden opportunity to cast your devices into the smart TV, that you can do your spreadsheet in a larger screen and work from the room. You wanted to do some live streaming, you can do that. Now trust me, while I was listening to the speakers, I thought, my God, I'm seeing it from the last 5 years. The technology is here. What is next? It was almost 8 months back, an entrepreneur in Kochi came to my hotel and he said that we are starting a new firm here. We have robots who can do in-room dining service. So I bought one. He was in my hotel for a while. We called him Dodo, a smart little robot. We used him to serve welcome drink and cold towels in the lobby. So he used to roam around in the lobby and serve welcome drink and cold towels. It went on for almost 6 months. Then I realized one thing. Like my colleague was mentioning, AI is almost intelligent. Because what this guy does is, it's geotagging, so he will go to a particular location in every 5 minutes. If suppose a guest is sitting there for 30 minutes and doing some immediate work, every 5 minutes he will go and ask, would you like to have a welcome drink? Would you like to have a cold towel? Now we just imagine that. During that 30 minutes, almost 20 times, he went and disturbed. So we had to remove it from there. I'll tell you one more example. It was a conversation which I was having with one of my guests a week back. A very regular guest, one of our Diamond Elite guests. So obviously from the concerto we get his preferences. So my team ensure that when he comes, he likes to have red apples in his room as a welcome amenity. He likes to have English breakfast tea for a breakfast. And he liked to have a bucket of ice in his room. So his preferences were met. So I met him in the lobby. I said, hi, Mr. Ramkumar, how are you? You know, I want to tell you something. I said, please do. It was 4 years back. I was staying in one of your Dubai hotels. It was a long stay. It's true. I did ask for these things. But I would prefer maybe some local fruits when I'm coming to Kerala. I prefer those small yellow bananas which we have. And I no more drink those English breakfast tea. I will love to go for a green tea. I said, Mr. Ramkumar, should have told this to one of my team members. You know, they do it with so much of passion. They do it so personal. I never felt like to say this to him. So what I mean is, let me take this from one of the speakers. AI is there. It's going to stay. It's going to assist you. You can't say no to it. But you need to know how to keep that balance. Because it's almost intelligent. You need to bring in that human touch on it so that there is somebody who's talking to your guest and getting to know that what exactly he may be looking at, what is the emotional connect which is supposed to be delivered to him. What is the future? When it comes to the organization which I represent, we call it as IG Studio. It is still under pilot with a couple of the Middle East hotels. Through the IG Connect, you will be having guest preferences loaded in the system that you walk into your room. You don't need to use a card. Of course, you can use your mobile. You checked into your room. The room lighting will be getting adjusted. That's exactly what Sharon was telling. The room lighting will be getting adjusted with your preference. You want a dim lighting. You want a particular colored lighting. It will get adjusted. You want the curtains open or closed. It will get adjusted. Your TV volume will be getting adjusted according to your preference. This is the future. And it's not very far. It's already there. It's there in the pilot hotels. So like I said, it is the future. At the same time, it is the current. So, all what we can do is get used to with it, get to know as much as we can. And thank you so much for those expert presentations. It's given us a lot of insights. And I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I'm thankful to be here. I'm thankful to the team of SJIHMCT for putting it together. Thank you.
So that was a power pack session, wasn't it? Do you agree with me? Yes. It takes me back. It takes me back a little bit. You know, when I was in school, very, very many moons ago, the technology that was there was called a calculator. Okay? This was just our introduction to, and we were not allowed to use it because we had to develop certain skills. We had to develop certain skills, and then as we came to higher classes and the problems became more complex, we were told, Now you use the calculator because you understand its function. Today, AI and everything that is being talked about today are simply tools. And we need to first learn to master the skill and then to become proficient in using the tool, right? And something that all of you, we've been talking a lot, is AI going to replace us? Is AI going to replace us? AI is a tool, and a tool will never replace the craftsman. And remember, hospitality is an art. You are the craftsman. Once you have reached or attained a skill of a certain level, each tool that you bring in and use is only going to enhance your performance, right? So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Chakrabarti to come as the chairman to just summarize whatever we've talked about today.
I think we had a great session. We opened with trying to understand various components of AI, components of data that are relevant. Then we went on to understanding personalization, and I think the element of on the ground, the importance of on the ground execution, which is very different from the web world. From an operational perspective, I think Saravanan added that strong element, which of course is very big in our business, because end of the day, that is the one piece that the OTAs don't have, that technology can't provide. On the ground, those 48, 72 hours that the guest is with us, that's captive data, that's personalization that happens on the ground. And he told us exactly how it panned out for him with the whiskey, right? So that was a brilliant example. And I think we Mr. Babu further extended that by talking about personalization. And we closed the session by understanding the importance of AI and how we can use it as a tool to leverage our careers. So I hope you all are all very excited. Let me tell you, we're in it's an addictive business, and it's a business because it's a people's business. There's no other business in the world where you produce, you deliver, and you see delight in real-time basis. There's no other business. So this is, as they say, a stage. The business is a stage, technology and artificial intelligence and what's to come is only there to help us make it more fun. So I'm glad we got a chance to do this. Thank you very much, Dr. Kurian. Thank you very much for having us, and it was a privilege to be here.
We're now going to open the stage up for questions, and I'm going to start with one of my own. Technology is increasing or, becoming so relevant at such a rapid rate. There are definitely specializations, that will direct your personal interest, and perhaps in finance or in rooms division or guest experience, right? So what advice would you give to the students over here? Because there is so much of technology over there. What would you place when they have to develop their skills in using this technology? What would you say would be some of the basic, first of all, basic, most important, and then relevant paths to follow when, developing their skills and using this technology?
Yeah, I think the most important part of this is to identify the opportunity, right? If you see, as hoteliers, we follow a very linear process. Guest checks in, and then there's a very linear, instruction-based, reactive process to everything we do. But we've got to pivot that. we really have to pivot. Pivot to a creative business where we can actually make execution perfunctory. I mean, execution is perfunctory now. So rely on that execution base and think technology to create on top of that. To start with, I think don't rely on there's no way the curriculum is going to be updated today. There's no chance that this curriculum can be fully updated because it's changing every day. So figure out what is your mojo or ikigai, or what do you want to do. And once you've figured out what you want to do, the learning path is out there for you to grab online. It has to be hybrid. Institutions will build character, will build resilience, will build mentorship. But the fact is, everything is evolving, so you have to go out there and get it. It's not going to come to you, on a platter because it's changing every day. Will make sense?
Certainly does. We're opening the floor out for our questions from the audience. Yes, Mr. Niranjan. Oh, sorry. Before we answer that, Vinu has...
As a continuation to what you said, now look at this. Look at a couple of designations in the hotels. Revenue manager, reservation manager. There used to be a night auditor. There used to be, because in my hotel I still don't have it. I'm sure many hotels don't have the night auditor job because it's already taken over by the machines. Reservation manager, I'm telling you, maybe in next 6 months, you will see that position going vacant. Revenue manager, no, my hotel don't have it because it's already taken over by the machines. NDP pricing, world-class reservation system, revenue management system, where prices are being updated 3 times in a day by checking the market demand. It's already existing. So when it looking to what are the impact of AI in your career opportunities, you need to be aware about it. A lot of these positions are going to move away. That doesn't mean that the entire hotel industry will become robotic and tomorrow robots are going to start cooking. No, it may not be. But you need to be wise enough to know that what are the changes which is happening, and these are real changes which is happening. In my hotel, we are already talking about, had a meeting last week also to have an interactive screen at the concierge, because there are many guests who would like to know that what is happening in the city, what are the different areas of interest in the city. Now there's an interactive screen which can, you can check, okay, where I can go for a sightseeing, how far is probably Fort Uchi from this place, which is the nearest metro station. So those details, instead of having earlier a concierge attendant used to give those details, now it's been given by interactive screen. So these changes are real, and it's going to happen probably in a more rapid space in the coming time. Yeah.
Oh, that's scary. But once again, I think the hope is that the more skill you develop, you become the master of the tool. Moving on to Niranjan, you had a question there.
Yeah, the soundbite that I picked up from Mukut's talk was that, in Germany, a 100-room hotel has 5 staff, and here we have 100 staff. The ratio is 1:1. I think in the context of our country's challenges, where only 2% of the people are in formal sector, we have to ensure that we do not knock off jobs the way it is happening. Already there is a huge number of job losses across manufacturing industries. For example, there's a cement plant, huge cement plant in, I think, Trichy or Coimbatore. There are only 7 people. The same size cement plant 15, 20 years back had about 300 or 400 people. That's number one. Number two, I think our business the hotel business has to develop empathetic service design. They all have service design. How do I handle the guests? How do I do this or that? And I'll give you an example of how I was very embarrassed. We had a huge water crisis in Bangalore in February, March, April, May. And the government announced that people should not play Holi. 60 hotels said that come to our hotel and you play Holi at the poolside. And the government came down very heavily on them. They said, thou shalt not do this. That shows the insensitivity of our industry, that people are struggling for a pot full of water and we are willing to open our swimming pool. Now, this is a generic point for everybody to mull over, because we seem to be in a kind of a very bubble kind of a thing, surrounded by richness all the time, and we're completely out of touch with reality of the country. And if you don't become sensitive to this, then one day they'll enter your hotels and bash you up when they don't have their water. And the other thing that hotels, yes, guests like hotels to do the right things and they are looking for it, but most of the stuff that we have done in hotels is more from a regulatory perspective. I got solar, I got STP water, I got OWC, not good enough. You have to ask hard questions now. Am I water positive? The answer is no for most hotels, because you don't have the land footprint to do it. But can I become water positive? The answer is yes. Those things I'll discuss tomorrow. So let's become water positive, waste positive, and carbon positive. The possibilities are there, but only if you look 30-40 kilometers away from your hotel and do certain simple things in rural areas. And yes, we still have great opportunities to reduce our carbon footprint. For instance, I interact with a lot of these hotel management institutes like this, and I tell them, stick your neck out, shed that coat and tie, and set the temperature of this hall at 26 degrees. Let ladies who come for this conference do not wear silk saris, because then you're enhancing the cooling load. Those kind of service designs you have to break. If I am booking a conference with you, take all the necessary details and then suggest to me, sir, would you like us to keep bottled water, or we'll give you a hotel water? This plastic bottle should not be there at all. We create a huge negative footprint. We have very good themes out there in the backdrop, but it's only in the backdrop. It has to permeate into the entire system. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
There wasn't a question, was it? Was there a question involved there? No. Okay, point to be made. Thank you. So if anyone has a point to be made or a question to be asked, yes.
So I'm going to try and respond to you. Number one is, if you look at our regulatory framework today, you have a classification system which was created many years ago. And I think it's largely redundant with respect to some of those priorities that the planet has today. So if we were to want to bring about change, I think the pressure has got to go back into the policy making system, whether it's water positivity, whether it's waste positivity, whether it's more human capital development oriented. I think number one, before we start to look at the implementers, I see people sitting on the stage as implementers. These are the people who are expected to deliver the GOP. These are the people who are supposed to deliver the EBITDA numbers. These are the people who are supposed to deliver the compliance data, right? So if this nation has got to do something, then it's got to start with the policy framework. And somebody has got to do that. It cannot be of your own volition, right? So there are a lot of Accor hotels I know that get a green key certification, right? If you look at many of the older hotels, they're depending on an Australian Earth Check certification system to tell us in India what is needed for us to preserve our own sustainability. So I think the questions have to be asked at another level, and you are absolutely right in raising all of these, but this is a movement. This change is a movement, and going back to the outcomes of this particular session, unless we leverage the technologies that Mukut spoke about, we're going to take that much longer getting to where you want to get. And where you want to get is a very noble place. Given the complexity of the circumstances that we have in the industry today, in our environment, in our economy, and in the country per se, if we don't leverage that technology very fast, we're not going to have KRAs that all of us can implement in order to make this planet a better place. And you can count me in. And I don't know how many more will join me.
Absolutely, sir.
You're very kind.
Not at all, sir. Your point is relevant.
Very good comments. I'm glad you made these comments. I interact a lot with the management institutes also. And I tell them, when I come for your sessions, I come a little early and I sit through the guy who's spoken before me or after me. And they give them gyan. Oh, you must be proactive, you must do this, you must do that. There are a whole lot of words. So after they've gone, he said that, I'm not saying that you have to be proactive. So here what one is suggesting is that we are in an existential crisis. We cannot be waiting for policymakers to think through all this, right? And therefore, we being reactive, we have to become proactive. That's the key word. And only when you do it, and if you're a regulator, I come to you and tell you, I have done this, but this is only a nano example, please scale it up, then he or she will listen to you. That's my short point to you.
I'll close that. I think the point I was making was that if a hotel is doing, for example, a small hotel is doing $1 million turnover, and the staffing cost of that hotel is $20,000, for example, $200,000, right? And you're having to split it with 100 staff that work for a 50-room hotel, then that's how much that's going to put a downward pressure on the salary, which in turn leads to an exit on manpower, because you're going to get manpower that can't leverage technology. It's going to put pressure on your bottom line, because you cannot forever pay $2,000 to a person on salary. So what you do need to do is adopt technology, and that actually answers both the sustainability front and the fact that you can run a 100-room, 50-room hotel with 10 staff that earn $20,000 per annum, as opposed to $2,000 per annum. That's the point I was trying to make, was in efficiency of the business. The supply will increase in any case because of urban planning, because our airports are doubling, and the hotels will increase. The fact that it's just that there are going to be more people employed in the business, but they need to be paid a little bit more, and that can only happen if you're able to get more efficiency on your turnover to profit, your revenue or profit per person ratio. That will happen with technology.
No, sustainability is the word. If you wanted to achieve the true sustainability, I think let's come back to our topic, which is technology. At present, there is a lot of technology available in the market when it comes to controlling your air condition, your HVAC cost, food wastage. Currently I'm using a system called Winnow, which will tell you, it's an AI integrated system. Will look at your estimates and will tell you that what is the food which has gone waste from which area, and a complete data on it. So I guess technology is the answer. If you wanted to achieve sustainability, technology is the answer.
So that was a lively debate. Thank you so much. We would like, in the interest of time, to move on to the next session. So I will say thank you to Mr. Chakravarti, to Mr. Saravan, and to Mr. Fino. Thank you very much.
Now for the technical session 2, just get over now, and the paper presenters are supposed to move on to the room number 209 for their presenting the papers. Meanwhile, we will be, next session, we are moving on to the next session because we are already running behind the schedule.
I welcome Reggie ma'am to present the mementos and certificates of appreciation to the panelists out on the dais. Reggie. Mr. Mukut Chakravarti. Mr. Saravanan D. And Mr. Fino Babu. an announcement for the students. The college bus has been postponed. It will leave at 4:45, so you have time. Please be patient. Now moving on to the next session. So the theme for the next session is social media strategies for guest experiences. The moderator is the HOD of SJIHMCT, Mr. Varghese Johnson. I invite you, sir, to the dais. The panelists for this session are Ms. Chinnu Jimmy, the chairperson. Ms. Chinnu Jimmy. Let's have a round of applause. Dr. Tijo Thomas. And Mr. Girish Prabhu. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, all. I believe it's not a time for you guys to leave the seats. It's time for the third sub-theme to happen. I request all the students to be seated. Thank you. Davis Willis, a famous English author and speaker, told, "Don't use social media to impress people, use it to impact people." I welcome each one of you to the third sub-theme of this 2 days conference. The sub-theme for this session is social media strategies for guest experience. Being youngsters, I believe all of you are into various social media. Can I have some responses from these wonderful people who are seated there? Can I give you some examples for social media platforms? Guys, the question is for you. Can I give you some examples for various social media platforms that you are into? Okay, Insta. Okay, how many of you are using Instagram? Okay, more number of people. How many of you are into FB? How many of you are into YouTube? Pinterest? Very few, very few. Okay, I think this session is going to be something very important. Social media is a channel through which any industry can communicate to its customers. Now we have a great panel of experts with us to shed more light on the above said topic. We have Ms. Chinnu Jimmy as the chairperson. She is the social media head, Asia Pacific, Marriott International. Ma'am, it's a pleasure to have you here. Dr. Tijo Thomas, Assistant Professor, School of Management and Business Studies, MG University, Kottayam. We welcome you, sir. And we have none other than Mr. Girish Prabhu, co-founder and CEO of Instio Experiences. May I now invite Ms. Chinnu Jimmy to kickstart the presentation.
Namaskaram. I think social media is actually the digital hub for connection and communication, right? And I represent a hotel chain with 9,000 hotels over 141 countries. And India, we have a footprint of 160 hotels as I speak. So I represent Marriott International, and I'm a part of the Marriott Digital Services. Today, I would like to tie in my whole presentation with 3 aspects. One is the funneling journey. How do you reach your customer via social media? Second is the digital transformation that is required to represent or to culminate social media into booking channel. And third is how AI is impacting social media. I know I have 10 minutes in hand, so I'll be quite breezing away with my presentation, so stay with me. So the digital and technological transformation. Our entire mission, we all know that we have the online distribution channel, the OTAs, and our direct channel, which is our own hotel website. Now, how do we maximize bookings via our online channels? Now, the online space, whenever we book or someone books my hotel, or when you book a hotel for any of your vacation, the first aspect is obviously as an intent searcher, which was explained very beautifully by a lot of our colleagues here. You would book, you would start your search intent via using technology, right? You would go to Google, or you would go to social media, or you would go to YouTube. But our biggest two search engines are, of course, Google and YouTube, as per the survey says. And you start using your intent search recommendations, right? Vacations to Goa, vacations to Kochi, vacations to the Maldives. Now, India being one of the highest growing outbound travel destinations for many other countries, a lot of other countries are investing in India as a destination. So how do we use this to our advantage? How do I use, or my hotel use it to our advantage? Like in the previous sessions, they rightly said, digital transformation is the utmost importance to cap your guest directly. Why do I have to cap my guest directly to my hotel website? Obviously, top line profits and definitely no commissions paid to my OTA channels like Booking.com, Expedia, Make My Trip. But can I go away from them? No, I can't. But I'll start leveraging to my direct channels quite well. So to win today, I need to use digital and technology transformation for a digital experience. And to win tomorrow, I'll have to modernize my technology as per my intent searchers. Now, how do I get? So you got the funnel right? So that means for anything that we need a guest to book us, we need digital to transform that experience or journey via using search, which I had mentioned before. Search is extremely crucial. That means any search intent should have a funnel that is easy. Or while you are using social media, you saw something really great. You wanted to click on that. But while you are at its website or at its third-party site, the bookability is having a glitch, or the bookability is having some kind of a glitch which doesn't let you to book, then your customer experience is depleting. Right? So the bookability is what is required before we top up with social media. To this, a lot of you already have answers, but from the Marriott universe, what we usually emphasize is definitely our loyalty. A lot of speakers already spoke about loyalty. Marriott Bonvoy members, we have almost 6 million members on the Marriott Bonvoy app. So to leverage app, like they said, you can customize your experiences, everything from a customer experience point of view. But how do I leverage loyalty via social media? Now, loyalty via social media is, if you use my app, like a previous speaker said, we have the opportunity to cut human interactions. But more than cutting human interactions, we also have the opportunity to earn and burn, right? That means you become loyal to me and you have those points for free night stays or even to drink up a coffee. So that is our newest program called Sip and Earn. You even burn your money to buy a coffee. You still get points to next time redeem it for a stay or anything that adds up to your point value. The second is increased web traffic. Like I said, more profitability to the top line businesses. If you increase your footprint into your website, your own website, that cuts commission, that helps in leveraging. Now, we all know social media itself is a third-party agent that we act. So how do I leverage social media to get me into direct bookings? And third is, of course, increased customer engagement. Like I said, everyone knows about social media. And I'm also a part of this 3.74 billion people just like you who uses social media. But we also wanted to tell that meta technologies, businesses use almost 200 million businesses use meta technologies. When I say meta, it includes Instagram, Facebook, even WhatsApp. Okay, so now this is the customer journey that I would like to introduce very quickly. Of course, you know, we generate demand. Social media definitely generates the demand, connects that dots from discovery to transaction, and also builds meaningful relationship with customers. So if I'm going to search something, I know, they are searching for a vacation in my city. Now, how do I tap into that customers with social media? Now, we know there are targeting ads for that. We know we also have retargeting ads. Like they said, if I'm going to search for something or if I'm going to speak about something, then I get retargeted ads or I get targeted ads based on my intent search. Engagement on social media, like in our purview, we have almost 30 different brands. So anything that goes on social media or anything that goes on to social media to engage with our customers or guests will be in line with our brand tonality, brand color palette, brand language. Everything has to resonate with the brand perception each brand has. So today I've just put in a slide to tell you that how does my Courtyard, which is a select serve brand, that means all my Courtyard hotels or Courtyard brand hotels would not have a spa, would not have a swimming pool. They are more for an intense search from a business perspective. How do I communicate with them? We have set standards and guidelines to communicate via the social media channels. The second brand that I want to introduce is the Le Méridien brand. It's a very lifestyle brand. It's a full service brand. That means it has all the amenities, including your spa, multiple food and beverage outlets. Now, how do I communicate with them? If you look at the shots also, you can see the differentiators that we create while communicating on social media via brand communications from each different brand altogether. Guest experience touch points. So we are today touching upon upper mid and lower mid funnel, and definitely the lowest funnel is to book. That means who are the seekers, how do they explore me, and how do they at the end book me via the meta universe, especially via social media. This is the answer. That means the upper mid looks at travelers who are interested to travel, but we've not reached that customers yet. Secondly is those who has started looking at my competitors. That means if I'm a brand, there's a secondary brand, and my customers have started looking at my secondary brand, and I get to know all these via, of course, AI integration. And thirdly, someone who has already been on my website, knows my site, and also has seen my YouTube ad or YouTube video for 15 seconds. That means they are in the lower funnel. They're almost going to book. So for each layer on social media to touch upon your customer journey, you have the seek, explore, and book methodology. Meta gives you, or social media gives you the advantage to say that, okay, if you're in the upper funnel, do in-stream video ads. These recommendations come via AI as well. Do in-stream video ads and try to leverage from those customers. Secondly, for explore, use advantage. So there is something called Instagram advantage plus shopping campaigns, or Instagram advantage plus booking campaigns. So use those explore theologies and then try to build up your ad campaigns that way. And last is your book catalog. That means, book catalog includes your catalog ads, anything that has a CTA or a call to action saying book me now. And of course, 75%, they are saying in 2025 will be an explosion of videos. That means you'll only start consuming videos, and this is verified by the metadata itself. 75% will be videos. That means the data traffic will be driven by videos over 2025. So how do I capitalize this? Now in 2023, I'm only standing in 2024. In 2023, when you were Googling for a giraffe on a bicycle, it looked like that. And in today's world, when you Google for a giraffe on a bicycle, it looked this detail. Now this is the use or integration of AI into the content or integration of technology into the saleable point that you're trying to make. Meta Advantage also uses AI for the entire campaign. So as marketeers or as professionals tomorrow, when you are in your industry or in your businesses, or if you're even an influencer, when you do a campaign, how do you have that stepwise decision making? First is definitely the budget. What is the creative that I'm going to use? Who are my target audience? My placement, where do they look upon? Where can I do retargeting ads with them? And also the destination, where I'm going to put in the destination source as a entire CTA. All these would be suggestive AIs that use these days. That means Meta itself or AI gives you that ability to develop an advantage campaign via social media, even if you're not an expert. But of course, understanding our industry, we should definitely get our basics right? It's like how we say, AI will not replace me, but I have to know how to use AI to my advantage so that I'm not replaced ever. So this is the advantage that we use AI into our campaigns to make my dreaming customer to a booking customer. This is another example of creative generative AI ad. That means if I want to create an ad using AI as a tool, there is a possibility on the metaverse wherein you can definitely look at your sub-markets and develop an ad in itself and populate an ad. Now they will also give you suggestive destinations where you can place your ads, and they will also give you suggestive destination of retargeting, but you should be able to know your basics, right? Which are my peak periods? Do I have a conference coming in my city? So that, do I have to raise my rates up, or should I raise my rates down? Should I dial up my marketing funds? Should I dial down my marketing funds? All these we should know as a baseline for us to understand and use AI to our advantage on social media. These are three reels that I would like to show. That means reel is real business. I think most of us either get up or before bed we at least see 10 or 15 reels on a daily basis. Each reel is into business these days. So reel is real business. I would like to show three very short reels which resonates or tells you that, how a brand like Marriott or how business like Marriott is trying to reach its customers for an experience in itself. First is one of our openings. Do we have audio for this? Yeah. And it's okay. So the first reel talks about the first one was for a pre-opening brand entry into one of our markets, the Moxie. Moxie is a very stylish, unique brand that talks very loud about very unique and very Gen Z brand that we have. The second reel is how we incorporated Marriott Bonvoy, our loyalty program, into even our greetings on the Independence Day. And the third is the hyper-local content that we had developed at a hotel level to introduce Onam, which is its festivity in Kerala. So these are the different types of reels that you can definitely use, or content-wise you can use AI to your advantage and understand when to build it up, what time to build it up, how much campaign funding should I have, to what are my target guests that I should be targeting at the right time, and then use AI to your advantage and make use of social media. So happy watching Reels. Thank you.
We just heard Ms. Chinnu Jimmy, the panel chairperson, and just to keep you in place, she clearly explained the digital transformation which we need for digital experience, bookings via various online channels, and how AI impacts social media. So it's not only about AI, it's all about knowing how to use AI to its full potential. Now it's time to listen to Dr. Tijo Thomas, Assistant Professor, School of Management and Business Studies, MG University. I invite Dr. Tijo Thomas to talk more about AI and social media.
Okay, so I thought that I will stand here down. എല്ലാവർക്കും എൻ്റെ നമസ്കാരം. Yeah, I thought that someone will reply. Yeah, yes, namaskaram. So when I say about AI, what comes to my mind is that right now whether it is time to speak about AI. So let me first start with that part, whether it is time to speak. I want to say a story about me. When I was born, my mother thought that I would become an engineer, but I ended up becoming a teacher of management. I did not start at engineering. This is what happens with AI. We started with AI thinking that AI will do that, do this, do this. But in reality, is AI reached that level? Is AI have the imperative things that we have expected it to reach? It has been 10 years, almost 10 years, most of the AI systems has been started generating automations, has been started in more than back than that. But has it developed to that extent? Still, it has a lot of problems. Even now, when we are using AIs in your daily life, ChatGPT, I think all of you use ChatGPT. You will take every point that ChatGPT says. No one does. Even now, this is the current situation. Why? Because it is not because the ChatGPT gives us right answer, wrong answer, no. But there is a mistake, there is possibility of wrongness. And still it is in developing stage. And we are speaking to say that they are going to replace humans. I don't think that it is not right time, and I think that my mother's decision was right. It has not reached that point where we have ChatGPT as a thought, we have not pointed at that point. Now, what does the problem, one of the major problem is that ChatGPT or whatever we are bringing, the technology, newer technology, we are trying to get all the things in a one single direction. I would say the difference is, when I ask you, two persons, I want to ask one question to two persons. You are all coming for Kerala, right? What do you expect in Kerala?
Good food.
Yeah, good food. What do you mean by good food?
Well, something different I'm used to in the UK.
Yes. This is what I wanted to get. Really speaking, I asked two questions and got the second answer correctly, what I expected. What we want, have you asked everyone before they come to their point or travel? Do you ask everyone what they want? When you teach about marketing, I was a teacher in marketing, I always say that marketing starts with customer wants. But really, do we ask the customers what they want? It's a big question. The hoteliers need to know that, because hotel business, if they don't know what they want, the customers want, they're not doing the business rightly. When we have hotels like Marriott or all the hotels coming in Kerala, we have a Uru. You might be knowing the place Uru. It is in Wayanad. With this authentic food of Wayanad, if anyone comes to Kerala, we say that we should visit that place. I am coming from Chalakudi, you might be know, some of you are from Kerala, you might know it. It is near to Adirapalli, which is one of the famous tourist spot. And there is one particular shop, which is a very local shop, which serves food, which is called as mango curry. Mango curry. This is what we want. Am I right? This is what the customers want, and that is what the study says. But have you developed the system to make that happen? I say that AI has failed in that level. AI does not give you suggestions. Even I'm one of the person who use the GPS systems which is attached to Google Maps in Kerala. If you go anywhere, if you have a local person with you and Google Maps, I think you can reach the place more faster with a local person. And you know that. And this is what we are saying at a point where we have developed AI. And this is happening. And my point of presentation is about this part. Are we really, can you just see this slide? Are we really customer-centric? Or we tend to show that we are customer-centric, and in reality, we are giving customer the choice, like MCQs. We say about MCQs. Now we are almost in all parts of the world, we are speaking about MCQs. We give them choice, and we say that it is customer's choice. But really, the MCQs are customer's choice. It's a question. So I wanted to say, it was told by Mahatma Gandhi way back in 1920, even it is relevant now. That means even from 1920, we are still lagging to make it possible. The customer is the most important visitor on our premise. He is not dependent on us, we are dependent on him. He is not the interruption to our work, he is the purpose of it. Are we giving that importance to the customer? If yes, are we able to cater to the individual person? Do you know what is the specialty of today for a Keralite? As a Keralite, do you know what is the specialty of today? Yes? It is Attam, Onapookalam. We say that it starts with Attam. And have you seen Onapookalam? I was also, after coming from here, I was also expecting some Onapookalam or something like that. And that is the difference we have happened. And this was something which I wanted to say to everyone. That is not happened only in the hotel industry. It happened on all the service industry. We have a disconnect from the customer to the person. If I, as a teacher, I would say, my experience as a first teacher, when I went to my class first time, I brought a big PPT, and it had a lot of theories about customer management, The moment I started, the students started using their mobile phones. Then I was so frustrated, and I asked him, why are you doing this? Then he asked me a small question, which provoked me the thought. When you were a student, did you listen to the teachers? No. Then how are you and I expect the students? But the question is, as a great point. As a teacher, we teach, but we don't become students. We change our rules. When we change our rules, we change entirely. When you become a hotelier, you don't forget to become a tourist. That's a reality happening. That means we are forgetting the point where the other side. When we were in the other side, we were different from what we have on this side. And that is the difference. And as I said, the question, initial question which I asked, this is my presentation, yeah. This was a survey conducted by American Express Travel in 2022. They say that 70% of the people are traveling for cultural immersion and when they are taking tours. They wanted to see the culture. My point is that it is happening on 2022. Do you want this survey to say that to you? Really? You just ask yourself, you could have answered these questions. Right? Everyone comes to a place, for example, when you come to Kerala, you wanted to see some cultural effect of it. It is not and this is where AI has still not developed that much. Whether to give you the cultural point. And this is where AI can bring in this idea. And this is where the social media has a role to play. What is the social media gives you? Social media is current than AI. It gives you the details of the present situation. What is the present situation? One of the questions that statistics that I wanted to say earlier. One more statistics which is about the tourism travel says that 82% of the people want to experience that culture, unique place. Nobody want to go to the place which everyone visits. I think that all of you suggest the same thing. If you want to come to Kerala, you want to go a place which is very unique. Am I right? And this, you know it, but still, have you applying it? Are we applying it? Are we giving a unique experience to a customer? Are we giving a unique experience? Or are we judging what customer really wants? We are judging the customers that customer when comes from some place, for example, from Bangalore, they want to hear here when they come to Kerala. We expect that customers want an amenities that Bangalore provides them, right? That is something which is different. Now the present situation has changed. We want difference. We want cultural difference to be solved. And we want to immerse in this. And we want to experience it. And that is the change that is happening. And are the hoteliers equipped with it? So what is the difference that brings in? What is the expectations? What is the challenges with these expectations? First thing, earlier when we go to a hotel, we take a room, we sleep there, next morning, pack the things, go out. But now it has changed. People want to stay in the hotel. We spend 2 to 3 days inside the hotel, not exploring the places. There are times where we spend times inside the hotel. Earlier, we want the hotel kitchen to be inside somewhere where we cannot see it. But it has changed. People want to see the kitchen, what they are cooking, how they are cooking. You want to know how dosha is made, right? How this curries is so, and this was not there. This was not what we expected earlier. This has changed. People want to stay in the hotel not just to see the places. They want to experience the place. And that is first thing. That gives you a lot of time spent in the hotel. This means very important point for a hoteler because this time spent in the hotel has changed, increased. Next is creating authentic experience. We are not there for giving them stay. We are giving them experience of stay. They are not staying here there for getting an experience of how they stayed in home. They wanted to give the experience of the place that we are giving. Are we able to do that? We are building buildings which are similar looking to that of when you go to one hotel in Kerala, it will be same as that hotel in Bangalore. Are they looking for the same thing? There is a difference. Are we catering to that difference? Commitment to sustainability. Again, the point I think you have already told about sustainability. Customers are getting more sustainable. And are we giving that importance? The community and cultural interaction. This is where I would say still human interventions are required. Locals are always locals. As I said, Google Maps give you maps, but to get into time, you need a local help. Even if you go into Bangalore, you will know that which which route should not be taken. I know that some of you are from Bangalore, you will be knowing. They are the only person who locals only know how to travel in Bangalore because that is a place I also live for 4 years and I know that it's not easy to travel without a local connection over there. And this thing, customization and personalization, I think all of you have been spoken about. Connecting to the local communities, more connection to the local communities is very much important. When I go to a particular place, now the next generation will like to speak to that persons involved in that. We like to speak to the persons which are local and community. The role of hotels in this is very important. To have a good connection with the local community over there. Local sites. For example, when you go to Mananam Church, which is very famous in this region, there is a time, 6 o'clock. If you go to church at 6 o'clock, the viewpoint from the church gate is fabulous. This is the time and you cannot see this on a noon time. So that is immerse experience which local requires, and this is only done by local experience. And how can we integrate social media? Social media gives a lot of information, real-time information. For example, it gives you places, points, experiences. If you could integrate it into AI, this will be great difference. Second thing, instead of, in addition to social media, the things that we can do inside the hotel is a very different thing. For example, visual storytelling. The stories, hotels not, I remember one chai shop near to my college, which had stories, love stories written all over the walls. And they say about chai is not just chai, it's chai pe chat. Right, chai is not just a tea. Tea is not just a tea. It's more than a tea, it's a memory. It is a place where conversation happens. It's a place where you meet new people. You meet your friends, you meet your partners. So that is the difference, storytelling. Then real-time streaming, live streaming. I was told by my cousin who was abroad, he says that hotel shows the real-time food preparation. It was very interesting for him. And I thought that that is a very good thing. And we have such type of things here, but in a different way. Next is real-time responses, creating photo-worthy sports. Then this was, I will not go to all the details. I think that I will go to one or two. This was something which I liked very much, the maps. Gamification, hotel traveling. That is something which we can do. Like inside a hotel, how can they play games? This was done by like visual reality and this, we can use visual reality and GPS systems to create games inside like Pokemon Go. You might be almost all of you have paid. Remember the times when Pokemon Go was so famous. It was something that we can create inside a hotel, which create time. Because the time spent in hotel is not just for sleeping and eating. It is more than that. And this is some of the things that we can incorporate in the hotel industry. And with this, I will wind up my presentation. It's almost time. Yeah. So this is my conclusion. So social media is not just creating a society. It's not just about online or being inside the network. It's also about creating a lot of outside networks. And AI and social media can bring a lot of change. It is more updated. And these are some of the things which I can say about AI and social media. Thank you.
That was Dr. Tijo Thomas. I believe this session was mainly meant for our students because being the HOD of this institute, the first thing that happens in the college is either a leave application or some kind of letter that is submitted to me. And I can clearly make out whether that letter was drafted by that student or by ChatGPT. Because the first statement is, I hope that this letter finds you well. So far, I should tell you, none of the students have personally asked me that question, but the letter speaks. Okay, Dr. Tijo Thomas had rightly pointed out the problems with ChatGPT. Instead of relying on Google Maps, it's better to ask the direction and go. That's a very valuable point because in Kerala itself recently there were some tragedies that had happened because they followed the Google Maps at late night and I believe they were drowned or something like that. Then let's remind that, okay, now he sent us a reminder, we are dependent on customers. That's what Mahatma Gandhi had told long way back and we are yet to learn. He clearly pointed out that AI and social media should be able to satisfy the needs of customers. Now, without any ado, let's move on to the third panelist. And I'll request the third panelist, Mr. Girish Prabhu, to talk about social media and guest expectations.
Yeah, Both other panels have covered almost everything that I had to cover. So I will not be, long talk, but, just few things that I want to share here. Some of the things, as Chinu said, direct communication, it improves your brand visibility, etc. So, really speaking, I will take a different perspective into this. So, we heard a very different perspective from Doctor. So, what I'm going to talk about, the social media, we all know that we post, we follow Instagram, and then we get basically personalized content. And there would be interest that is getting generated from social media. Now, the take is the booking happens, they come to the property, and they have their experience, guest experience. So they also post it. They post their stories, their experience into the social media. So how the brand can get benefited out of this? So right now, there are tools or even solutions that already comes with listening into these social media channels. You can take this. We don't know who's VIP anymore because we don't have the real profile of all the people that is coming to our property. If it is Shah Rukh Khan or some other actor, we know that. But if it's like an influencer having 10,000 followers, we don't know that. So these tools actually have to give that information to your front desk, maybe your HODs, so that they take care of the guest properly. And when there is a review that is coming up, that gets pointed out, and we can use that in different sense. So in this example, I've used a social wall, which can be posted, or you can use it in your website. So that generates another interest, and that creates another responses from other new members. Real-time engagement, already we discussed a little bit about it. Yes, this example I'm showing Starbucks, how they are responding to every mentions that they have in every channel. This actually makes sure that your brand is listening to the guests. So, sometimes we just think, hey, why should I respond to positive reviews? They are anyway positive. Let me only focus on negative reviews. So the strategy is at least 98% coverage for all your reviews. So persistency is making its benefits, and it actually gives you benefits later on. The main thing that I want to talk about today is reputation management. So it's not just social media channels, your reviews in different OTAs, in TripAdvisor or Meta Search, it actually affects. So one example I would say, when I was traveling, we as a family traveling, I booked a resort in Wayanad. Suddenly my brother is joining me, we all are going together. He came back and said, no, not to that resort. It is having a negative resort, there is no hot water. I said, what? I don't know, this resort is very well known and famous, let's go there. So he said, no, the reviews say there is a issue with hot water. This happened, then I went back and checked. That review was done few years back. Management changed in between, everything happened, everything is fixed. But nobody responded to that review. More reviews are not posted on top of it. So that is the top one that is coming up. So these are very important factors. You have to collect more reviews. You have to respond to more reviews. The biggest problem that the biggest problem that most of us face, if it's a large group, when you have thousands of reviews and very few people attending to it, it's it's manual error. When you read the same thing and the same thing and same thing over and over, it's all positive, maybe, medium mixed, you miss out things. That's human. Our eyes basically ditch us. So that is where AI can come in and play. It automatically understands segments whether it is a positive review or a negative review, there would be some sentiments that actually says, hey, wonderful stay, nice thing, but I didn't like the pool, right? So that pool is something that you need improvement. So how do you identify this? And for that, we can do sentiment analysis on different aspects, and basically tools help you, AI help you to understand these and automatically respond to these reviews. So when you automatically respond, it's not automatically posting review to the review sites, rather prompting your GMs and other, reputation management people to basically look at, hey, there were 3-4 points, but you just responded to 2. So this automatically 4 points responded, whether it is positive sentiment or a negative sentiment, it is already taken care of. So when you really look into guests and their reviews and their responses in every channel, it actually creates a positive impact. That's the main thing. With that, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Girish Prabhu pointed out the importance of real-time management. He talked about social media. He spoke about how we need to be careful in terms of the reviews that are coming up. Thank you, sir. It was a real good session which was worth attending. Now, may I invite Ms. Chinujimi to give the conclusion of this sub-theme. What do you mean?
Thank you, sir. To conclude, I would like to mention that use of AI and social media is good to reach your customers, while we knew the challenges that AI has versus a human knowledge and experience that we have at ground level, which was mentioned by Tijo, and the use of user-generated content to your advantage on social media platforms that would help as a vicious circle for us to understand how do I market to my customers and how do my customers reach back to me with feedback or review via social media. And of course, reputation management, which is an important factor on social media, which drives business into bookings. So to end or to conclude, may I say, balance marketing, experience, and use AI to our advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chinujimi. Any questions from the audience side?
I think the paper presenters can be called. Yeah. Question.
My question is to Chinu. I just want to figure out when you plan your social media activation, how does fitting in a loyalty program into a social media campaign work?
So how we plan loyalties, of course, loyalties are brand umbrella, right? Where we cover all our brands, all our hotels, almost all our 9,000 hotels are on our loyalty app. Now, the loyalty app is customized to such a way that where do I, like geotagging, where am I placed, what was my previous booking intent searches. Everything together is the intent on a loyalty app. How do I market my loyalty to my customers via social media? Definitely how we as marketeers or how we as digital marketeers we do is when we plan, we know we have a blue ocean theory of customers who's never reached us, which is our top bottom. And we have a lower funnel, which are my loyalty customers who are already with me. So the importance is we do targeted ads specifically for Marriott Bonvoy members called as Marriott Bonvoy exclusive offers, either via destination specific or via hotel specific as per the need of the hotel. For example, if it's monsoons in Kerala, where Arabs travel a lot, or we have a lot of inbound travel to my state. And I know my loyalty base for, say, Kochi Marriott Hotel, if I take as a hypothetical example, is 40% or 50%. Obviously, we have data to validate that. I know my Bonvoy members or my members are 50%. That means I have to budget at least 30 or 40% into social media marketing to reach my customer base during monsoons in the Arab market via social media placement ads, via retargeting ads, also via offline ads. That means, I may place, through my travel agents, I may give some specific commissions or discounts. But if you look at versus 2018 to 24, Booking.com had emerged as one of the biggest players in culminating more Arab bookings this year. And slowly, the social media retargeting ads that we do in the Arab market with in-language transitions had helped us to have 10x ROAS. So whenever we do budgeting, we are very specific in looking at the previous data, pacing data, and then we place ads. So marketing also is very dynamic. Usually it was okay, we usually submit a whole year marketing budget, but now after COVID, when we are trying to see a surge from different markets, and we, like I said, we as India is also an outbound market, slowly our marketing budgeting has become very specific in terms of quarterly. Thank you.
My question is to Chinno again. I think one of the slides you mentioned about, it's me here, yeah. Real is real, right? I think that's a slide which had 3 videos. So my question to you is that you're doing the branding, marketing using a technology to create an experience for them, like virtual experience for them to come and experience your property. What is the synergy between leaving them with the experience from the moment they come and they go back? And I think I'll go back to Girish, that how do they give the rating is very, very important. I think how do you close that loop? So just want to understand from your perspective, how internally you've been connected with the different departments and creating the last mile experience for the customer.
So how in our Marriott universe we work is we have an area, we have a regional office, then we have an area office, and then we have property specific marketeers. So property specific marketeers really give you an insight to people who are actually coming in. So we are a very well defined funnel that we have. Our review response system, like how Mr. Girish said, our review response system falls under a common platform. That means any hotels getting reviews, we'll be able to see as an area what are the reviews that are coming to a hotel. If it's not responded also, we have a system in place to give a highlight to the hotel stakeholders saying, hey, your hotel has a review and this is the star rating that you have got. Have you ever responded? So we give these notifications as a digital marketeer, and of course then it comes back to your operations team, which we discussed in our previous session, where guest experience lies definitely in their hands. But we as digital marketeers, we know that we have a foolproof system where we can at least try to see that the review is responded, and we are trying to reach out to the guest, especially if he's a Bonvoy member. We have more opportunity to reach to that guest and see what rectification that we can take or how we can respond further. So that loop as an international brand is foolproof, but definitely, like I said, it's a people's industry. It definitely has people at its heart. Thank you.
Chino, very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
A suggestion, you might be aware of the triple bottom line concept, focusing on environmental, social, and economic dimension. Now, the economic dimension is very well covered through social media, etc. But I think there's a bit of a wrinkles when it comes to the ecological aspect and the social aspect. But the kind of people who come to us, they're from diverse countries and diverse backgrounds. And there are people out there who would like to reach out to good NGOs in that city. And every city has some very good NGOs. So this information could also be loaded in part of your menu, so that if I am from an NGO staying in your hotel, I say, oh, this is good, I want to meet them. Then you're adding value to them. And having said this, I used to be in ITC hotels. So there we had started an initiative for employing people with disabilities. So when we started this initiative, there were no books to refer to. So then we wrote a book on how to employ people with disabilities and how to make infrastructure barrier free. Because if a wheelchair person comes, he cannot climb that. So you need to have a ramp, and I don't think so there's a ramp over here, right? So these books were put in the public domain. And we got delegations who came to India just to see how we have done it. The point that I'm trying to make is that if you connect the dots, the social dimension becomes an economic dimension also. And that's the area that the hoteliers need to work on. And I'm talking to you as if these two other gentlemen are hoteliers. You are the only hotelier here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for that feedback. Just to give you a perspective on how, how our brand performs is, when it comes to anything CSR, we are very hyper-local. That means any of our hotels, if you look at, we have employees who are disabled. We definitely reach out to very hyper-local society to encourage that. We have a Marriott home, which is in Chennai. The minute a customer walks in, this is definitely an offline branding that we do, because minute any such CSR is online, the risk appetite is definitely really high. That means whatever content that we are definitely giving out and on the social ecosystem is very, very under a very high risk appetite. So we are very mindful in terms of understanding or pushing out any meticulous ad that goes to saying that, we are conscious about our society. We definitely are. The minute a customer steps into any of our Marriott hotels, the first thing he would see is our support to the Marriott home, which is in Chennai. And of course, we also give that opportunity hyper-locally to say that we are there to intake you as our associates, as a part of Marriott, with every benefit that each one of us gets. No bias there. So definitely, that is very concise marketing that we do, because we can't be very open about it consciously. So that's just a point. Thank you.
Everybody asking to Chinno, so I too like to ask Chinno. Mr. Chinno, kindly disclose the marketing platform of this is not only a blog making, it's a marketing app. I think this is so the cycling of or rotation of money. Can you disclose something about your business? Not a full.
That's very specific to hotels. Each marketing budget is very unique to a particular hotel. Like I said, we have a select brand services, which are 4 or 5 of them. We have premium brands. We are luxury brands. So for example, if a select service brand is only budgeting X amount, because it caters to X amount, that's it. But our premium brands will go much higher. Our luxury brands would definitely splurge money. So that is very unique to my hotel. So that data I do not have. Thank you.
Any more questions? With this, we have come to the end of our panel discussion. Now we have paper presentation. The first paper is going to be presented by Mr. A. Gogul Shanmugam from Nehru College, Coimbatore. Mr. A. Shanmugam. Okay, since he is not there, we will move on to the second paper presenter of the day, of this particular session, not of the day. We have Mr. Alan Dominic. Alan Dominic, please come to the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry for the delay. I think there are some technical issues. Myself, Alan J. Dominic. I am from SJIHMCT, Palai. I am studying second year of hotel management. Actually, we are of 3 members of our team, which are Sir Varghese sir and Sonia Miss. We are presenting the paper, and I am going to elaborate in front of you. We collected the details from books, websites, and all others. The research is about the social media and how we can introduce to our hotel management or hotel industry, how we can get the guest to our hotel and how we need to use the social media, something like that. I hope we can discuss after the PPT.
Due to some technical difficulties, we will be moving on to honoring the guests. I welcome Father Joseph Waterpollen to present the mementos and certificate of appreciations to the resource persons on the dais. Ms. Chinnu Jimmy, Dr. Tijo Thomas, and Mr. Girish Prabhu. Yes, sir. Thank you, Father. And with that, we have come to the conclusion of today's session. We will have the paper presentations tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed speakers and valued participants, as we bring day one of the conference to a close, let us take a moment to reflect on the incredible insights, connections, and experiences we've shared so far. From the thought-provoking keynotes to engaging breakout sessions, we've set the stage for a transformative day ahead. As we look forward to tomorrow's opportunities, let us carry forward the momentum, enthusiasm, and inspiration that has defined our first day together. Thank you to our speakers, moderators, and attendees for your active participation and connection. This is Abhijit J. Roy and Diana Mary Joseph signing off from International Conference on Transforming Hospitality with AI and Tech, Enhancing Operations, Sustainability, and Guest Experiences. Sponsored by WCE Private Limited and CleanFix Chevron, hosted by SJIHMCT Pala in partnership with City of Glasgow College. See you all tomorrow. Thank you.
For the guests, the coffee has been arranged. You all can move outside. The coffee is arranged. And for tomorrow, the conference will start at sharp 9:45 a.m. 9:45 a.m. Expect to see you all. Thank you and have a great evening.